my booze. Now today and yesterday I've been looking at some some videos, and it states that, hey alien, it states that Hispanic women has been raised to serve a man, and black young ladies were taught to be independent. That we don't know how to serve a man and be a good woman to our man. We don't know how to serve. It's a lot of things that they say in 2022 that we don't know how to do. So I'm gonna let this video start and then I will explain some more. What's going on with you, nephew?
While she
How's
comes,
everything?
before she comes,
How's
do me a favor.
everything,
Let's go
nephew?
through our sponsorship. You know we do this quick sponsorship to make sure we have the bills paid, and I appreciate everybody for being with me. So let's start right now, and then we're gonna have a little spicy question. And if those who were there at Jen's room, we could probably talk about that. Right before.
And don't forget, this is the conversation with King. Conversations with King. If you like him, go check him out.
Or the real Femme Sapien comes through. Shout out to Phil, the IT Jedi. We love you, brother. We love you, Rock. Thanks for coming through. So I gotta make you see the orchid a little bit. Let me see the orchid. See that. All right. So let me do our sponsorship, and then we will know that we've been doing this.
Grab your towel, grab your water, grab your mat.
Because he's part of my fraternity, but I don't like his tone. Sometimes I don't like his tone, but I love his message. I agree with his message, but his tone towards women sometimes I don't agree with. But his message, you listen to message, like I always say, it's okay, but he's a fat member. Jan doesn't really rock with him too well, heavy either, but it's okay. But the Femme Sapien was able to look past whatever and grab the jewels from his message and applied it to her life, and it worked out wonderfully for her. But the thing that I admire about the Femme Sapiens, it was really our Congo on DM. She managed to come off as an independent, strong woman that still has a true partnership with her husband. A lot of women nowadays, in my opinion, I feel like sometimes if they're in the shadow of their husband, they feel like they're not as strong. But she said, let me, not husband, fiance, let me talk with my fiance first before I make a decision. That showed great unification, great partnership. And that's something that I always wanted from me and my partner, where we don't do anything unless we consult each other. Mm-hmm. So, and that's something I think is missing from the term modern woman, the modern day woman. Because what they say, they call people, strong people, independent people like Jen, masculine, or this or that. But if she's not masculine, she hasn't found a partner that will make her want to work with him in a way that is not intrusive, if you get what I'm saying, right? So that was so impressive to me, and I love the way they work together. And I wanted to bring her on because I think the things that she has to offer to the world might not be something that you agree with, but it's something for you to reevaluate how you look at relationships in regards to the realms of courting, dating, and vetting a partner. And it was something really, 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 really dope. So without further ado, I'm going to bring up the real Femme Sapien, and please, God, and show her love. Let's be respectful. And also, you know how we do. We always have people, we tell the truth and we ask critical questions. So, Jen is here to represent the critical questions. And we also here to make sure we gain the truth through conversation. So without further ado, the real Femme Sapien. What's up?
Hello, that is quite the introduction. I don't know if I could follow up on that. That was a lot. Thank you.
All right, all right. Thank you so much. So I'm on the bottom, ladies on top. You know we want to put them on pedestal in our channel. So you want me to call you Ali or
You can call me Allie.
okay,
Half the people don't understand real femme sapien. It's I'm leading into human female nature that I believe exists biologically, and I go to college right now, and
Hey,
I'm an
boss.
anthropology major. So
Hey,
I just
queen.
enjoy being an actual female human, and I think a lot of my life isn't contextual to the West. I'm very analytical when I look at female behavior, so that's where that's coming from.
okay, that's super dope. I appreciate that. So can you give our audience basically uh, the bio of your channel and then who you are as a person, everything we need to know before we dive into these questions, these hard questions.
All right. Well, I am an overcomer of many statistics. I grew up in a single mother home, lots of risk factors. Didn't really know my father. Grew up inner city in Florida. I'm Puerto Rican. I'm from Central Florida. So there's this town called Kissimmee right south of Orlando. And there's a lot of issues there. I don't know if people ever research it. One time I researched it for college. And I found out in
Nicole,
general,
where
the state
you
of
be
Florida does
at?
really well with Latin education.
Jesus.
We surpass the national average, but not in my city. And my city has a lot of single minority single mother homes. And so when I got older, I thought, I don't want this to be my life. No disrespect to my family. I love them. I know life is hard. I know we make different decisions. There's different consequences, but I wanted something different for myself. And I knew that I was going to have to be radically different. So I joined the army, which is not something that most women typically do. And I got divorced a little bit after that. I got married in the middle, didn't know what marriage was, and now I'm here, engaged, regrouping, learning all the time. And then I tried to teach other women things that have worked for me, maybe didn't work for me, but also differing perspectives
I
because
see.
it's usually not women's fault that they're failing at relationships. A lot of them are just kind of clueless. I mean, I would say the same for modern men.
Okay, okay. So Ali, first question I gotta ask you: is there um, a real term called modern woman, or
No,
is that something the red pill or manosphere they make up
they made it up.
to give a scapegoat
Exactly.
to why they're not getting the woman that they desire?
Exactly.
It's a bunch of BS because if it was 1856, and I'm just throwing years out here, and we were in that time, that presence, without Wi Fi and all this stuff, we would still be modern women. There's never going to be a shortage of modern women. Things update with the times. Like a lot of people complain that women don't know how to cook these days. Really, if you look at the evolution of cooking, it's gotten a lot easier, very packaged, right? So it's not that these women are chefs, it's just we're becoming modernized. So we're all very modern. You can have traditional values, but I think the problem is pathological women. Feminism doesn't allow us to go up to women and say, hey, you're being mentally ill right now. You really need treatment. You need to take responsibility and accountability for your trauma and your mental health. That's the problem. I always say that it's not the modern woman, it's pathological women. Because sometimes you look at the decisions that women make. And I'm gonna throw one out. It's a spicy example. It's not every woman, understand that. But women who are automatically taking men to court for child support that they don't need to be in court. They could settle it on the side, but they don't want to. They want to have their foot on his neck. Like that's pathological. Why would
Oh
you?
God, they always gotta say something to make the black man feel good. Now you notice the conversation is about, about black women, but you don't see no black women up there. Hey, Queen, Queen, where did she go that fast? Queen, Miss
Oh,
High,
I'm here. I hit the wrong button
I
and,
gotta
and I
call you
couldn't talk.
Hollywood. Yeah, but you notice if you as we go into the conversation, it's about black women, but there's no black woman up there.
What is going on? How they gonna have a conversation about black women
We
with
gonna
a
get to
black man
it.
and two non-black women?
This made me come on early. This made me
Wow. The
come on
reason why
early.
modern day women can't get married.
Ain't no such thing, but I'm gonna say what I got to say. Once the other lady starts speaking, then after that, I'm gonna be just as shocked as y'all because I don't like to watch the whole thing because then my reaction is not gonna be authentic. So when you hear my reaction to something, it's authentic. It's on the spot. So sometime I might have to do a part two. I might didn't say what I had to say because I don't watch it first.
Hey, alien blood. Good morning.
It should be a black woman up there. What do you mean, key? I'm like, it should be. After she finished speaking, if both of them could speak on them and how they was raised, how you gonna tell us what we was taught? No, you can't tell us what we was taught. You wasn't in our household, but that's not what I want to say. I'm gonna let them speak.
Would you selfishly pursue the father of your children? Because that's going to impact everybody, not just you, sis.
Right. Okay. Okay. I kind of agree with that. I believe that when you involve the court system when it's not necessary, not like Jen says, not all. Like she said, some,
Yes.
not all, not all.
Not all.
So I'm gonna play something, and you and Jen, y'all both Latina. I'm gonna play something,
Yeah, that
and it's going to,
Yeah.
and I want to let me know if it's true,
listen
right?
to this.
And how does it apply to how does it apply to marriage and relationships now, right? And so I like to play these little tricks. Jen doesn't even know what I'm putting on right now.
No.
She doesn't. She has no idea. All right.
All right.
Black women are raised to be independent. Remember, let's be real.
Say that again?
Most black women are raised to be strong, tough, independent, and don't take no shit. If the daddy wasn't shit, I'll raise you alone by myself. Be a strong black woman. So they come into the game with their guard up ready. Spanish girl is raised to serve. They be cooking for their father at a young age, washing the dishes, washing the table, mopping all Saturday morning. Let's face it, they're raised to serve. If one time I swear to God, I'm at a girl's house having dinner. I got out with my own
Rewind
plate,
this a
put it in the
little
garbage,
bit.
put it in the sink. Her mom spazzed on her.
Ability.
Not to mind you, this is a Latino man. He also got something to say about the black woman. God damn.
For your trauma and your mental health. That's the problem. I always say that it's not the modern woman, it's pathological women. Because sometimes you look at the decisions that women make. And I'm going to throw one out. It's a spicy example. It's not every woman. Understand that.
It's trash. You understand? Like, no luck. But how black men been with me, my past relationships, they be.
He's right. I also don't think he's wrong. I think there are some cultural differences that are going to be.
Shirley, he got his own shit. But Maria better get up and get that plate and get it washed and show him you are a wife.
In my perspective as a woman,
She fine.
How Spanish guys been with me and my relationships, it's trash. You understand? Like, no luck. But how black men been with me, my past relationships, they've been good. I've been the bitch.
Is it because of the sex? Does sex have anything to do with it?
Nah, not really.
Okay, let's just focus on the guy, what the guy said, right? To me, I don't get
You seen it before, Alien?
why he used
Good.
black or Latina. I wish he substituted those words for traditional and modern women. Is that what they mean by traditional modern women? Women who have servitude to their husband, and when they say modern women, they're referring to women that give pushback to authority. And y'all both can answer if you want to, but let me know, Ali, what do you think?
Yeah,
Well,
Alien.
I
Let me
don't
know.
think he's right. I also don't think he's wrong. I think there are some cultural differences that are going to be a little bit separate from the black community and the Latin community. So I'm Puerto Rican, but I grew up black for quite a time in my life. My stepfather's black. I got two black brothers, right? And when people look at the
But you
American,
didn't have a
he's
black
black and
woman
Puerto
in your
Rican. They're like,
household. So your
he's
point
black.
is what?
So I grew up seeing like the different dynamics and things like that. I will say I see a little bit of a breakdown.
You grew up seeing what? You just said your mother's a single household. So your mother got the same black man everybody else got. They make their kids and then they leave. But you was raised by a Hispanic mother. So how do you speak on how a black family is raised when your mother is Hispanic? So you're raised Hispanic. You're not raised as black. But I'm still let y'all finish what y'all got to say, because I think this is a bunch of bullshit. But we're going to continue.
Within the black community, where it seems like males and females are not getting along. I've seen something like that. But as for like women serving men in the Latin community, I'm gonna be quite honest. If you look in the inner city, you're gonna see minorities grouped together. If you go to New York City, you go to like the birth of hip hop and
Hey,
things like that. Like
Caroline.
culturally, we cross. Socioeconomically, we cross. So if you're gonna have people in these lower socioeconomic, non-traditional settings, they're gonna behave similarly. That's why I don't completely agree with him, because the complaints that I've seen coming from black men about black women, I've seen similar complaints about Latin women. But I will say that there is, I don't know how I learned how to take care of a man. I think I saw what my mom did, not what she said, because my mom to this day would never tell you that she's submissive, but she's always fixing my stepdad a hot plate. So I don't really know. But yeah, I do have an innate ability to take care of a man. I think my grandmother is a good person to look to for that. Well, as are still good, right? It's Gen X moms. I got some bones to pick with them, but that's my take on what he said.
Okay, perfect. Jen?
Now listen to
I
this.
think there's some truth to
Listen
what
to
he
this.
says. I mean, yeah, I jokingly say some, not all, but
Boss lady.
majority culturally Latin women are raised to serve.
I'm listening.
Oh, okay. Because I don't know how many times I'm gonna cut this chick off.
I spoke about that before. Even the follow up with what the girl said, where she said, you know, when I'm with a black guy, X, Y, and Z. I used to think back in the day, like it's like black men and Latin women were a perfect match, because Latin men, I feel, weren't appreciating me like the way black men are, and it's because black men don't feel appreciated.
You hear that bullshit?
So you have a man who doesn't feel appreciated with a woman who's raised to serve. That's why, to me, it's such a nice coupling, right? Of course, again.
All right, now, boss lady.
What?
Boss lady.
What did you just say?
Exactly. I didn't even let her finish neither. First of all, when you watch like the first TV show, right? I don't know if you remember, but you seen movies of the first TV, any TV show. Doesn't matter if we like it or not. I'm talking about when TV first showed a visual. Who was serving the food?
The black people.
Who had to go home then and serve their family?
It was a black woman.
All right, so even let's update it, but go back date. When we seen we all have seen what was that movie? Soul Food, right? What was that movie about?
Women in the kitchen cooking.
Okay, so how many different shows do we need to see? Will we see who serving? The black woman, right?
Exactly.
Where how many black women we, if we was not made to serve, how, I don't eat that, but how do you take something like a pig intestines and make it taste so good? If we didn't know how to be independent and serve and cook, how can we take the scraps that was thrown at us, the scraps of all the meat? They gave us the inside nasty parts, and we did magic. My people did magic to a fucking pig intestine. That's where all the shit live. Can you imagine? Because people love it, but when they first had to clean that shit out of that intestine, and nobody was like, "Oh, I love me some shitlins." This is just what you got to eat. So they was like, "Damn, we got to clean this shit up out of here, and we got to season this sucker up to make this intestine taste good, to make this kidney taste good, to make this gizzard taste good, to make these pig feet taste good."
Best thing they gave us was a turkey neck. Ooh,
I was
Lord.
getting ready to say turkey neck next. So they gave us the turkey neck, the chicken feet, the pig feet, the ox tail. Not even the nothing. It's the tail from the ox.
Yeah, now they want to eat it.
So all of a sudden, you never seen us in a cooking, cleaning, serving, when that's all we know how to do,
Yeah.
even till today.
The movie, they made a movie about it, The Maid.
Yeah, even till today, if you ever go out and you see like not mature black people, not immature people, because that could be any color. If we go out somewhere, you will see. We'll make sure the table's clean on our way out. First thing they say is clean up your mess. By the time we come, we done cleaned our mess up, put this away, put that away. Every time something needs to be done, a black woman is always there. What do you mean we was raised to be independent? We wasn't raised to be independent. We was that was forced upon us. The minute they threw us off that boat, we was every we may have been enslaved, but we are independent. Because we had nobody to talk for us, nobody to do nothing for us. If we've been serving since, and even before they dropped us off the boat, how do you think the men was eating then? When
In
it
the
was
village. In the village, how you think they
yes,
was eating?
how did he eat?
The women was pounding the corn and cooking and stuff for them. They were hunting, yeah, but the women were over there doing the cooking. Still are.
It doesn't matter if it was forced. It wasn't forced. It was taught. Let me explain something to you, baby. They were slave. They had slavery in in their lineage too. Let's not get that twisted. Number one. Number two, they did the same damn thing we did as women. We served our men. Now all of a sudden, black women is raised differently. No, we was not raised no differently than from you. The
How they got the
difference is
nerve? They got a
the
nerve.
difference is y'all Hispanics did y'all serving to y'all slave owners in your country. But let's not act like the people that was working for the slaves that let's not act like they wasn't cooking for them for the regular Spaniards, not the Spaniards, not the Spanish people. I'm talking about the pure
And
Spanish.
even in the cowboy days, there was a black man doing the cooking.
That's new honesty. Like the last 40 years, independent mindset is no. Independent. We was always independent, alien. I don't know why people they don't. They always go. We got stats and they can prove it. It's common sense. The minute they took you off that fucking boat, you were independent. You was now independent from your the way you were raised. Now you got to find a whole new way. But don't make it seem like we was made to be independent and not to serve when we came here to serve. We was serving so fucking long. Y'all don't think we died? The fuck? You got to cook. And in them days and times, they had big parties. You had to serve the people at the party. You had to get everything together. You had to cook everything from fucking scratch while they sat around and called you names and beat you and whipped you, but you still had to finish doing what your owners told you to do. We did nothing but serve, and we had to also serve our own kids. You're not us. Stop putting us black women in the same category that you put other women in. You are not us. You can't be us. Even if it was a slave trade and it was also black people here, but they took over the land. So it doesn't matter if you believe in the slave trade or not. But we do know we was here first. And we do know that we are who took over the Americas. We were here first. We went everywhere first. We did all the traveling first because we was the most intelligent. So we was more intelligent, so we went traveling first. They went traveling after us to see what we found, to see what was there. Then they took over. That's what they do. We find the spot, they take over the spot. We go on over there and mind our business. We go over there and mind our business, and here they come. But y'all, as people have to stop putting black women in their conversation like we built the same. No, we ain't. This dog is just a farting. Oh God. Where my spray? I'm gonna spray his butt. Which you don't like, but I don't like to smell your farts. Right? So we are not built the same. We was taught to be independent. You're supposed to teach your child self preservation, self preservation. You're supposed to. You don't. You and your husband don't pass away at the same time at the same minute. One gonna have to leave before the other one leave. The other one have to be independent. Some people got kids. Some people ain't got kids. You have to be independent, and you can't change it up. See, this is what people f up at. When you're a baby, you teach a baby to be independent as possible, right? Baby got to be independent. It just makes you smile when that baby hold his head up because it's being independent. It makes you smile when that baby roll over. And you like, yeah, my baby could roll over. Oh, my baby could smile. Oh, my baby's, oh, she holding his own bottle now. Yay. Okay, now I got to teach this baby how to walk. Oh my God, the baby took his first steps. They're independent. Oh my God, the baby boo boo in his potty. The baby's independent. So when do you teach a child to be so independent and then take it from them? Now I'm gonna take it from you. I told you to step, 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 step. And then you started walking on your own. And then now I'm taking it all from you. This is your new life. Don't tell me we was not bred to be independent because we all, whoever have kids or whoever is around kids, if nobody never wanted their kids to be independent, then something is wrong with you. Even if your child is dependent on you, you still started out as having your kid. Hey, Miss Molly, you still started out as having your kid be independent. So all they know is how to try and do things on their own. Now you saying nope, because you black, you gotta serve people, no more independence. See, people don't understand what they be talking about.
Some, not all. But culturally, yes, my mother would look at me and be like, aren't you gonna, cook that or clean that? Or like I said, we are raised like Latin geishas. I say that jokingly, but it's true. From a very young age, we are raised to serve men. So there's a lot of truth in it. So I don't think it's enough. I know you said, King, he should have just said modern women. And oh no, it's actually, I understand why he used Latin and black, because even today in modern era, there's still Latin women today that is like, no, I'm cooking for you, I'm feeding you. Even when we hurt a man, we feel inclined to help him. Even when we
Yo, these sneak this, yo, is just as funny as could be. These sneak jokes is funny as shit. It's funny. Well, we do this when you brag about yourself, but you trying to say we don't do that? We don't do that. So who was the one who cooked them shitlins? Who's the ones that cooked that beans and rice and that porridge? Mm-hmm. 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 We ain't do none of that shit. We were just independent because we come from a world that, we did not, us black people didn't come here as slaves. Independent for a woman is dangerous. Honestly, opinion is a dangerous thing. Well, it's not dangerous if you're an independent woman because most women are independent just for being independent. Some people are independent because their spouse has passed away. People are independent for different reasons. Some people are independent because they are sickly and they don't want nobody to be a burden, or they don't want somebody to fall in love with them for them just to be leaving. Some people are independent because they want to be. Some people are independent because it's just like it's 50 million reasons, but it's not dangerous. Some people are independent because they broke up at an older age. They broke up with somebody and they just can't find nobody, or they just don't want nobody. And they're just walking and living life. Some people is not, it's not even really single. Some people is just living life. Like, I ain't got nobody. What I'm supposed to do? Not live no more? Independence don't get you nothing though. It's not a plus. Independence is not about getting you anything. Independence just means you know how to take care of yourself. That's all independence means. You know how to take care of yourself. That's it. Dependent means you need people to do stuff for you. So it doesn't, being independent doesn't have to get you nothing, because you don't have to get me nothing because I don't need it. But we're not going to get back. But these women right here, you're talking about the now, alien blood. I'm keeping on the topic. And the topic that they're saying is how we were raised. That's being independent, alien. You said it without saying a word. That's being independent. Taking care of yourself means independent. As an adult, that's natural. Not no, you got a lot of adults who do not know how to take care of themselves. You got some that stayed under their mama so much, and their mama did so much, they'll not do nothing. No, they don't have a slight point. They have no point at all. You're not going to lead me to believe black women was raised this way and every other woman was raised that way, when the only people that I've seen cooking for everybody been black women. What point is that? We the one threw that scarf on our head. We was cooking good meals, and we
Scarf
no.
on our head and made it fashionable.
Hello, put little rhinestones and shit in there, right? Little studs and stuff. But I'm saying though, you're not going to tell me they got a point in telling me how they was raised, when no, I'm gonna tell you how we were raised. And the black men should know this. Black men should know, hey, our women cooked. I would like to get them back in the kitchen, but shit, you got to get their ass back in the kitchen too. What does she mean? We got her some Hispanic woman. I'm going to cook. I'm going to do this. Well, you ain't no black woman say that. There's no black woman that like to cook. There's no, at the barbecues and stuff. Yeah, we know the men. No one person. Yeah, you truly. Well, you can believe that. I believe you are. I believe you're totally independent. If you're not dependent on others. Does that mean you can't use others and somebody can't help you? Of course, but that doesn't make you dependent on them. Dependent means if you don't do this, it will never get done. That's what dependent means. It will never get done. Now, I could either say, hey, I fire you. You are now fired. I get somebody else to do it. I'm letting you know I'm not dependent on you. The job will get done. No, everybody's not dependent. Y'all getting the words kind of mixed up, but I know what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. Everybody needs somebody, but that's not being independent or independent. Everybody needing somebody is just like the bargaining system. I can do this and you can do that. So no, none of us is dependent on one another. It's just that we got a bargaining system here. Okay? Just like the barbecues. The women would sit and make all the stuff in the house to cook for the barbecue, and the men would do the meat outside. And together, they come together and you have a banging barbecue. The men got that meat and stuff going, and the women got the macaroni and cheese and the salads going, you know. Yeah, I that's why I say I get what you're saying. We live in a world together. I get what you're saying, but that doesn't make you dependent. That means we're going to use a bartering system because everybody can't do everything. But I'm not dependent on you. Certain things was just never get done if I had to depend on anybody.
Hurt them. That's how embedded it is that we are supposed to serve men. It's deep, even with women. My daughter's 28 and she thinks that. Now, is it because how I raised her? I mean, she's Black and Puerto Rican, so I also have Black and Puerto Rican in my family, but the cultural differences are significant. I don't want to.
So we could safely assume that learning is not through culture; it's usually through proximity. Because what I hear is she learned through her mother watching, not what her mother said, Ali, but watching her mother observation, right? And also her grandmother, right? And your daughter, through proximity, she saw you being in service to men that deserved it, right? So that's how we learn through proximity, right? Environment. So this is where we get a little bit spicy right now, because we're gonna start early, because I don't know how long I have you ladies, but I'm so grateful to have you ladies, because this is going to be a learning moment for those who have a learning curve in regards to obtaining or acquiring the men that they desire, right? And today it's not going to be, we're not going to give any excuses. We're going to give the raw truth. Whether they choose to accept it is on them. We didn't say fact, we said truth. It's a big difference, right? Facts is backed by stats, and truth is an opinion, a perspective that you have on your own. So, Ali, can you give us the top 3 reasons why modern day women cannot get married or find the lover that they desire?
I can try.
If it's more, let me know.
Well, when I look at women who can't get married, I look at risk factors. There's a lot that goes statistically. I studied social work before I switched to anthropology. I was about 1 semester away from graduating. So you can basically see the outcome of someone's life a little bit. Not all people, but in general. Like, average is going to do what average does. Most people are average. That's just the name of the game. But you can see what leads them on these paths. So I'm going to say poor modeling is one reason. If you don't grow up in a traditional home, how are you even going to know what that's like? I've had women in my family come to me and try to talk to me about the things I say. And they're like, well, I don't think you're right. You're really young. How would you know? You're divorced. But then I'll turn to them and I'll say, well, what do you know about a healthy marriage? And it's straight up crickets. And they're older than me, you know? So it's going to be poor modeling. Part of it can be intergenerational trauma. Sometimes the intergenerational trauma can be due to large superstructures, right? I know that there's a lot more history that goes into that within the Black community that I'm not going to touch on because that's not my business. Mm-hmm. But there's lots of overarching structures that can make somebody more likely to not be able to have a long-term relationship with another person. And sometimes that's influenced by society. And I want to say delusion, feminism, not planning. Those are some big ones. Do you want me to talk about all of that?
Absolutely. You said delusionalism, feminism, which we all agree with, and lack of planning.
Right. So the delusion is that women think they have a lot of time and they get a lot of attention and they don't get criticized. To criticize a woman is to hurt her feelings, and that is not really what we're allowed to do in the West right now, even if it's for her benefit, because you as a woman, you could have 2 kids with a meth head and your girlfriend, it's a 50-50 shot she's going to say something to you about your decisions. 50-50. Women are really uncomfortable with hurting other people's feelings. That's why you can see that there are some obese children, because women can't withhold
She got some
food
points
from their kids, right? I mean, that's
my problem's
that's
not with
one
Ali.
thing.
My
So women aren't
problem's
getting
with
honest
Jen,
feedback. It feeds
whatever
into
her
the
name
sense
is.
of delusion that they're going to have all this time in the world. Okay,
All
so
right, boss
then
lady,
we'll
hold
get
us
a little
down.
bit
I'll be
more into
right back.
feminism. Women are confused. They think that they're empowered by feminism by being single by default. Being
Mm.
single by default is different than being single by choice. If you out here looking like Jen and you single, you know, you got some options. But if you're not going to be that quality of person, those options don't exist. They're gone. And these women don't find out. Um, the last piece is going to be the lack of planning, because every woman, when you ask them when they're in their 20s, do you want to get married? They're like, oh, no. If you were to look at them in their face and say, when you are 60, do you want to be married? Who do you want to be around you? Do you want there to be children? A lot of them are going to tell you yes, but they don't know that they're already missing the bus. And
Wow.
that's everything I got.
Wow. No, we're gonna unpack that because that was really good. So let me get it right. Poor modeling, basically non-traditional family structures, intergenerational trauma, delusion, because women don't actually critique each other properly or give the right advice for judgment, feminism, and the last but not least, planning, right? And that's the women who want to get married. And we know, Jen, not every woman wants to get married.
No.
Right? So, Jen, let's work backwards.
Okay.
Let's all three of us work backwards. Planning. How does planning truly affect the outcome of women being married? Whether they want to or they don't want to. Because some people don't plan to have kids, some people don't plan to get married. Sometimes it ends up like that, right? I know people that live in New York that live together because they have to pay rent. They don't really love each other at all. This is how it is, right?
Right.
How does planning what's the impact on planning in regards to acquiring a lover or being married?
I'm going to try to suspend disbelief. I don't think I'm a great person for the subject. I'm gonna be honest, because I'm not one of those women that's pining or the end goal is marriage or children, right? I'm not that woman. The majority of women are, right? So it's like, well, this is why I don't know. The short answer to me why not only women but men don't find who it is they want is because they're constantly looking for something they want instead of being what they want. That's the short answer. People are so hell-bent and focused on, I want a person with this. He has this. She has to bring this to the table. He has, all the while they're fucked up. Right? They have unresolved issues. They're insecure. They have low self-esteem. They're not financially where they want to be. They're not aesthetically where they want to be, but they're constantly projecting what they want on someone else. People don't find who it is they want because they're not even who it is they want. Because let me tell you something. If you are hecha y derecha, if you look good, feel good, smell good, if you love your job, if you are financially stable, there is no way on earth that you will not find a mate. There's no way on earth. So please save well, I have a degree and I get paid this amount at work and I have a Mercedes Benz, but how do you feel about yourself and what are your aesthetics like? So that I have to say, where people are like, but I have everything going on. I'm making $90,000 a year. I have a Mercedes. I have a car. I have my own house. No, what do you feel like inside? What's your personality like? What's your sense of humor like? What's your religion like? That's why you're not finding somebody, regardless of how much you've accumulated. So my short answer would be, people don't find people because they don't even know who they are. And then they project that onto the world. If I don't know who I am, or I don't feel attractive, what business do I have looking for someone else? If I'm not 100% complete here, what business do I have looking for a husband because my biological clock is ticking?
Wow, you know what's funny? That's the irony. You can't find who you want because you're lost.
Yeah, it's like
crazy.
There's a lot of talk about like, oh, well, you can't get a woman because of X, Y, and Z.
You know what? They don't know what to say no more. Because you can't say in one breath, you got to know yourself before you look for somebody else, which is, I believe in that. But then you want to say you have to be feminine. But if you know yourself, what if you know you're not the feminine person? See, it's gotten to the point that y'all just saying any old thing. Long as it sound good. Long as it sound good. I could say, we could just say throw anything out there. Let's just throw anything that's out there. You understand what I'm saying, boss lady?
Yeah, yeah, they're not really making much sense.
Mm-mm, mm-mm. They just, but it's not even just them. It's
Because
majority
they're
of
not
the.
black women. First off,
Mm-hmm.
they really can't say what's going on in the black family because they don't have a black mother. They had black fathers, which are the men who.
No, neither one had a black father,
No, the girl said that she had a black
black
father.
stepfather,
Yes, a black stepfather.
but she still wasn't. But she also said that her mother was a single mother, so you still wasn't raised by a black family. Yeah, you had two black brothers, but your two black brothers was also raised Hispanic. They want them rice and beans.
This is a
They don't
sad.
want the rice and
This
gravy.
is sad. This is a sad, sad state.
Hmm. And it's to the point that they're just throwing anything out there. You gotta be feminine. Oh, you gotta listen to your man. And then this lady says, I don't know if you heard when she said that, but she said Latino women and black men go together
Yeah, they make it
because
perfect. They make it perfect.
they are perfect because they take care of their men, and then the black men are unappreciated. Where the fuck did that come from? Coming from you? How do
Unappreciated.
you know?
Where?
How do you know?
Unappreciated. Wait, they left the house. So how are we unappreciating them when they ran away because of they didn't want us to get a check? So they say.
Either either way, I know, right? But the thing is, how do you know they're unappreciated? Is it because that's what they told you, or that's what you see all the time? No, Latinos and blacks don't mix well because Latino and black is already mixed. They're already mixed with black. You just gotta let them know that they're a lot of them are black and Spaniard. They're not Spanish. They're black and Spaniard. So they're already mixed. But even if they are mixed well, which is okay, but don't say that the reason why, because y'all a better choice than us, is because y'all know how to treat a man and we were raised to be independent. First of all, you alpha male from a single household. How did you become an alpha male? Your mother had to do something, right? Or you waited till you got older and you waited for Kevin Samuels to come along. We in 2021. It was never, it was never no alpha men. Never until
22.
Kitten Hills came along and Fit and Phil and all these people. They think they're white. Exactly. Exactly, Carolyn. Mm-hmm. That's why all of them changed their names. A lot of them changed their last names too. Let's not play. Let's not play.
Where did I go? Oh,
Oh gosh.
so that I can.
I don't know why you keep dropping.
You can't get a man because of X, Y, and Z. No, it's because you're not whole.
Right.
You're going out there looking for something to complete these whole.
I would have respected this whole conversation. Alpha males are a small. That's not the question that I asked. I didn't say was it a big portion. I didn't say was it a small portion. I said where was the alpha males before Kevin Kittenhill Sanders and the rest of these red pills? And Where there were never no alpha men. I'm quite sure there were alpha men before then. There were alpha men. Some of them come from single parent households too. So you can't blame mommy for everything. If you're an alpha male and you from a single household, that means you is still on your mommy titty. That means you still on your mommy titty. And you still all about mommy. People like, how is that? They're independent. Because mommy did something to you to make you an alpha man. When you think that only a man could do it, mommy did something, you're alpha male, right? They were here. They just wasn't on YouTube. They were getting, I don't understand what you're saying. I don't know why Alien Blood answered that question. That question wasn't for you, Alien Blood. I was just saying it as a just to say it. I wasn't at that wasn't I was being sarcastic. I was just being sarcastic. That wasn't a question to ask. If only a man could make a man an alpha man, how did all these men come from single households? The one who claimed I had no man around me, how did they mother make them alpha? How did they mother make them alpha? Their mother had to do something. Hey, the dog, the stray. The mother had, it was alpha men that was out. It's always been alpha men. So we already know just simps doesn't come. If you ask me, simps come more from two-parent households than a single-parent household. In two-parent households, you covered by mommy and daddy. When you're in a single-parent household, it's about them streets.
Holes. And that's why you don't find somebody. Because again, if you are physically fit, you feel attractive, whatever your attractive is, whatever your level of attractive is, you're financially stable, you are genuinely a happy person and sound, there's no way that people are going to ignore that energy.
No woman has never made that is a bona fide lie. Let me tell you something. My grandmother, all my uncles is alpha, and it was no man in the household. My grandmother just had them doing man things. Being an alpha male is elite. Only elite men could teach you how. I would have thought that too. I would have believed that too. But as I look back, I noticed there's a lot of regular alpha freaking males. There's a lot of alpha males who come from single parent households who did not have no man around him. It's because the mother was masculine enough, she taught her son her masculine energy. I may not understand what I'm saying, but I understand what I'm saying. That's because the mother had masculine energy, and that's what she taught her son. Thank you, dog, that's straight. My mom made me an afro. That's not a lie. I'm sorry you think it's a lie, but it's not a lie. You got men in the household. They work so much. The mother is still there with them kids, and they father didn't take no time out with them, and the men still alpha. There's a lot of alpha men that's out there who mother made them alpha. Who the mother was like, yo, son, yo, what's all them tears for? Yo, son, go get mommy this. Go get mommy that. You gonna handle this. Matter of fact, you got a lot of men. If you talk to regular men, they would tell you, yo, my mom had me doing this. My mom had me doing that. You don't hear them saying, oh, my mom just kissed me and hugged me all day and rubbed the boo-boos. You don't hear a lot of men in them type of conversation. Am I lying, boss lady? We didn't ask, was it a proportion? We saying it was done. It's done. It's done. I hear a lot of men tell you, yo, mom, don't play with my mom. My mom's is not the one to play with. How many times you hear men say that? Who don't know who an alpha male is? You know how old I am, alien blood, to tell me I don't know what an alpha male. Matter of fact, you telling me I don't even know what the word alpha means. That's fucked up. Old as I am, you telling me I don't know the word alpha? Forget alpha man. You tell me I don't know what the word alpha means? Because I'm telling you, it is what it is. Some mothers put their sons in alpha predicaments. Some women are really who they are. They're masculine energy. Some of them made them son. Matter of fact, most of the best crimes that was done was with mother and son. Right or wrong, boss lady? Majority of the best crimes is not from a male and a male. It was from a male and his mama. His mama like, yo, go get that. Well, you messing with that girl? This is what I noticed about that girl. You do this, you do that, you do this, you do that. That's mama. That's mama. You got a lot of men who love their wives, but they'll tell you in a minute. Just because a man claims to be an alpha doesn't make him an alpha. Women get I didn't get confused what alpha is. I know what alpha is. I know what alpha means very well. If I don't know what alpha is, I might as well go back to school. Yeah. First of all, alpha and elite is two different things anyway. Them is two different things. Alpha, elite. You could be born into an elite family. You can't be born, and you could be born and be alpha too. It all depends on the type of person you are. Some people was born ain't taking no shit. Ain't taking nobody's shit since they was young. Don't play with them. And you got some that's born more passive. You got some people was born meek. Some people was born happy. Some people was born with mental disorders. Depends on how you born. There are more Akron men than there are alpha men. Sorry, that's a little Greek alphabet humor. But it's not even this conversation should, if you notice that this conversation is between us, right? I want to know why we ain't, us black women, not put in this conversation. See, we can go back and forth. But how do you speak for us is the question. How do you speak for us? And you just got finished saying that your own men don't even show respect y'all. So even though our men don't respect us, but we look better than them black bitches, them black chicks, we're going to go on over there. And we're going to get endowed eggplant.
So, Ali, it's time for a little bit pushback I love what your fiance said. He said, he said, men, build yourself.
I am
And
not
the
talking
woman,
like
kind of like
that.
what Jen said, build yourself and the woman is going to come to you. But Jen is saying also, woman, build yourself and the man's going to come to you. So it goes both ways.
He said, Alpha man is not every man on the corner. I never said that. Alpha men is elite. I disagree with that. You're talking like there's every man on the corner. No, I am not. I say I know some alpha men. I didn't say all the alpha men I know. Like every time and Joe, every time Dick. I didn't say that. But you could be born into being elite. Yeah, because you an elite, that don't mean you. Yeah, because you as an elite person, that mean you was born into money. An alpha man, it doesn't make you alpha. Who do I know? Don't worry. How you wouldn't know who I know that's alpha? You wouldn't know who I know. But what we getting off subject here. The subject is that some mothers created alpha men because of their masculine ways. They was able to deal with their sons and they created alpha men. That's all I'm saying. I ain't taking it all around the world.
She got an alpha male in her house. She's a single mom and
Mm.
she's raising a young man and he's independent. So he's alpha. So what are you saying, Alien? I don't understand what you don't have to be on the corner to be an alpha male.
He says, you know, that's alpha. Okay, we're gonna look up the word alpha because alien blood doesn't think that I know. I think after a half a century of living, I should know a simple word like what alpha means, even though it's a Greek word. I ain't even Greek.
What is
We
the word alpha mean?
black people ain't got no business associating themselves with the word alpha. No way. Your ass ain't Greek. You ain't in no fraternity. You black. You ain't Greek. You ain't alpha and you ain't omega. You ain't insomnia. Hey, nephew.
Hey, what's up? What's up? What's up? How y'all feeling?
Not how I'm feeling. Where you been?
Oh, you know what it was? I had to take a trip back to I had to no, I made a few trips. I was on the move for a minute. I ain't gonna
You
lie.
was doing you?
Yeah, yeah. I took like 2 vacations.
That's good. As long as you good, you sound good. You good. I ain't gotta come hurt nobody.
No, no, no. You good? You good?
I'm the most feminine, masculine woman.
How you feeling,
I am
boss lady?
I am beyond feminine with a little dip of masculine. It depends. Brooklyn is the masculine. New
Depends
York,
on what day it is.
nah. I actually I like to stay like that song. I say represent me. Please don't care my vibe. Don't. I like to stay at a certain vibe. So it's not too many people that be around me. But once you f up the vibe, then I get a headache. Then I be ready to take your head off. So you gotta know how to wanna like live.
What? Shaky what?
Oh,
Jake,
that's coming up next. Shaky may be going to jail.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, but that's next. But this I had to show this. The purpose of me showing this wasn't about who's right, who's wrong. See, me and Alien, we can conversate about black women and black men. Y'all people can't sit back and conversate about us. You would not like if it was two black women up there telling Hispanics how they're raised. You wouldn't like that. And then you wouldn't like if somebody would have said, well, majority of y'all are cousins anyway, if you know what I mean. You know what I mean, Alien?
but you know what it really is too. It's really his fault for allowing that. I think
No, but I'm saying Wouldn't it be wrong if a black person out there, we spoke about Hispanics, and we said all of y'all are cousins anyway? Wouldn't that be wrong?
I
And
agree. It was.
you know what I mean by all y'all cousins, right?
Yep.
What? Without
Like
saying it.
basically all y'all the same.
No. It
What?
means that it means keeping it in the family, if you know what I mean. Without saying it.
Oh. Wow.
Yeah. Let's not go there. Now
Oh,
how would
okay.
I how now you could sit there and talk about us. And what about I say all y'all cousins? All y'all just about all y'all is cousins anyway. Y'all all live in the same house, don't you? How many people in the car?
Yep.
How many people in the household? How many people get food stamps in that one apartment? What? And you talking about the man, the woman is made to serve, and the woman is the one that's all of the women lined up to get food stamps, taking care of grown ass men, and then you said your men don't even care about you, so you had to come over to the black. Now, how would they feel if I sat there and told all their dirty laundry, and I ain't even start? I'd have been like, I could talk about Hispanics, but I cannot speak upon black women. Then they could go on and say whatever they want to say. But the same way that African women, it's like y'all can't say nothing about yourselves without putting us down. But far as I can remember, and anybody else could remember, is when wasn't we not serving? We've been serving since the fuck we got here. We tired of serving, damn it. Fix your own plate. We tired of serving. We don't want to serve no more. Shit. Just like y'all motherfuckers don't want to walk in the heat no more. I don't blame you. Shit. Nothing like 14 to 16 hours a day in the damn sun and got to start all over again tomorrow. My brothers. So if y'all want to work in the air conditioner now, I don't blame you. But shit. But how would somebody say them type of jobs that y'all don't want to accept no more? That's because y'all done did it already. It's time to move up now. We want a corner office. We want to give some orders now. We done got orders given to us all our lives. Now we want to give some goddamn orders, damn it.
I feel you on that though.
Hey, truly. But I'm saying these are the conversations that we can have because we're black.
Right.
So that's something that we keep it in the family. It's just having two people talk about black women to say to make it sound like we so independent. Now he can say that. Y'all two can't say that. Don't try to get on my black sisters when I know I know how y'all get down. Matter of fact, majority of y'all ain't even cousins. Majority of y'all are siblings. Now keep fucking with me. Y'all siblings. You thought y'all was third cousins, but y'all really sisters. Damn it.
And Jen is 47. She said.
I don't know.
I
But
think she said she was 47.
I didn't even care about her age. I only cared about her telling us that we underappreciate and they overappreciate, and that's what makes y'all a good couple. Like I'm saying, I don't see none of y'all.
Wait. So she said that she was dating a black man and he told her that.
Know why she thinks it makes a good couple. My thing is that was totally uncalled for. Don't tell us that when you saying because y'all know how to take care of y'all man and black men are unappreciated, so y'all just go together. Okay, so your men, Latino men, don't like to be taken care of. So are you trying to call all of them independent and all of them know how to cook and none of them need a woman? So being that none of them need a woman and y'all like to take care of men, but they don't want to get taken care of. So y'all gonna go to the men that need taken care of. Is that what you're saying? Because that's what you said. So that means you're telling all black people that if we want a good meal to get us a Latin man, I don't know. Do you understand what I'm saying, alien blood?
Well, she said she don't like to be taken care of. That's what she said.
No, she said Hispanic women know how to take care of their men.
I agree.
And then she said that black men are not appreciated. So that's what makes them a good couple. So the next question
Um,
is so the
mm,
next thing is what you're saying to me is Latin men don't like to be taken care of. So
that
be
is no. I ain't gonna lie though. I ain't gonna lie. When you sit down and really like hear that and see that for what it is, I'm not gonna lie. That is really interesting because I ain't gonna lie. I really did grow up in the hood, and I seen a lot of black and Spanish couples make it. But nah, I see where
no,
she going. I
no,
see
but
her point.
then you will have to answer the next question. So now you will have to say to me that Latin men don't like to get taken care of.
No, Latin men just have a lot of options. It's not. I don't.
No, no,
I
no,
don't
no,
think
no.
that. No, no, no.
We're going by what she said. So y'all like to go by how your thought. My thought is if she's saying that I like to take care of men and our men don't want it, but these black men they unappreciated. So us taking care, me taking care of a man to a man that appreciate it makes a good couple. So what you're saying is,
Mm,
so what you're saying is Latin men don't appreciate it. So you took yourself to
yeah,
somebody
they don't
that
have to.
appreciate it.
They don't have to. I'm not gonna lie.
So now you're telling black women, you know what? I might as well get me a Latin man too, because he don't appreciate if I cook any damn way. Because this chick was cooking, she don't cook.
Nah, she do got a little point though. I ain't gonna lie,
No,
cause
she don't have the point. Because what you just did was made me want a Latin man now.
nah, no, Latin men they do apply more effort in terms of family and. I mean, well, let me stop there. I don't know. I don't know. That's a tight race between the black and
Well, you know, I got to say my black man.
I don't know. That's a tight race. I
But what
don't
I'm
know.
saying is, we don't know. But what I'm saying is, you're now telling me that I don't have to do certain things now if I get me a Latin man. Because when you were doing it for him, he didn't want it. But the black man wanted it. So you're gonna give it to the
No, no,
black.
no, 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 no,
No,
no, no, no,
that's
no.
exactly what she said.
No, 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 no. What you gotta realize is with the Spanish man, he has way more options in
We're
the
not
world naturally. Like he don't. What a black man may want from his woman, a Spanish man, I feel like it's totally different. Like he don't really care. It's totally different.
what I'm saying is there's no right, there's no wrong. But what I'm saying is when she's saying that, see, I'm the type of person when somebody talk, I automatically flip it on both sides and I try to get to the three because there's three sides to every story. So
Mm,
anytime somebody talk, I flip it on both sides. Then
right.
I flip it on one side, the second side. Then my goal is to get to the third part of the story because there's three sides to every story. So if you're telling me this man don't like it, so I went to this man. She said that's what I'm gonna rewind it. She said that's what makes them go together. So what she did was she put down Hispanic men because just like that white lady said on Cynthia G, that black men keep thinking that it's a they won a lottery if they get a non-black woman, but in all reality you got that woman because they men did not accept them.
No, that's false.
No, it's
That's
not
false.
false. Because
That's
this what
false.
no, no, no. This is what
That's
they
like saying
say.
you can say the
I'm
same thing for white men that date black
I'm not
women.
saying nothing. I personally don't care. I'm saying this what came out of their mouth. I will play
No,
it.
that's false. That's
I will.
false.
So a white lady is lying.
Because you can say the same thing about
No, this is what the
white
white
men and black women.
is not what we saying. A white lady said this.
I mean, that's her opinion, but that
And
doesn't make it.
she said she be around white women all day, and this is what we talk about. This is what we conversate about. She said, "How you going to tell me?" And I'll show you that little clip. How you going to tell me? And I'm white, and I'm telling you that getting a black man is not the cream of the top. Just that our men is we would feel better if our men wanted us. She said
Mm,
that's the prize. She said black man is not the prize. Getting their own men is the prize. So when their men don't want them, that's when they come knocking at your door. But if they men wanted them, that's like you see a lot of interracial couples. The Caucasian woman is usually obese. Not all the time, but usually obese. She's not no 3 or no 4 unless she married a man with money. But we're not talking about men with money. We're talking about people we see on a regular day-to-day basis. For day-to-day basis, they are obese or they are overweight.
mm, I don't know.
I know
I can't say that.
I go by what I see. That's what I see.
So the average black
How
man and
many,
black woman in
but
interracial
how many
relationship,
do you know?
she's
Not
obese. No, I
obese,
can't say that.
obese or big, but how many do you know that you can't say that?
No, I know a few, but I can't say majority of them. The
Majority
white
of
woman is
yeah,
first of all. First of all, I'm gonna keep it 100. It's not a big portion of white women that's really overweight.
in America it is.
A big portion?
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah,
could look it up. I don't think
A
so.
yeah, look
very
it
big
up.
portion. Where do you live?
We talking about in relationships though.
That's what I'm
It's not
talking
look.
about too.
It's not a big portion of women overweight in relationships.
It
That's
is.
a
Look it up,
lie.
especially interracial relationships. Look it
You need to
up.
go to the
You know,
grocery store. Go sit at the
look,
grocery store, sit in the car, and watch the people and the couples that get out in and out the
Right.
cars.
look,
You
sugar,
need to
sugar,
check it out.
sugar and boss
I
lady.
check it out. Check out the
Sugar,
grocery store.
sugar and boss lady. Us men, and you could bring another man on the panel. Us men, we judge according to the women with the rings. If you don't have a ring, he's just hitting you on the side. We don't count you. Y'all
Okay,
can
well
count
then
that
go
if
to the
y'all want.
grocery store where the couples are, where the families go, where the women that go shopping for their families and stuff. Go to the grocery store and check out those women. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Sit there in front of the store, not just walk around the store. Sit there and see who comes and goes.
Mm-hmm.
Telling you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I
That
got
is
you, boss lady. I got you.
true. That is good. That is true.
I got you.
Cause that's how I learned a lot of stuff, just sitting back and looking. Cause I like my own data. Because for people to always throw out the word data, I'm like, I don't remember nobody asking me no questions. Who you got this data from? I
I,
don't remember you asking nobody around here, not a question. We ain't take a survey, nothing. So where you getting this data?
I
Who is
just know
this data coming from?
it's a small percentage of interracial marriages. I
Where
just know
you
that.
getting this data from?
The world.
Not the word you said. I need to know where your point of reference come from, so I can now look at your point of reference.
Where are you saying that? Is that one neighborhood? Is that one
No, I
city?
try to look. I'm not gonna lie. I try to stick to just American. You feel me? Statistics, but I could go outside of America.
No,
'Cause
okay. So where did you get them statistics? So we
I
can
try
put.
to get mine from colleges, universities.
All right. So who is being asked these questions?
Honestly, I try to get them from scientists, people that actually do research on
All right,
the.
but who are they asking the questions to? For me to say, you know what, you're right. It's 100% or 75%. Like, how are you doing your research? Like, how many communities are you? You got to explain to me how you did your research. The census is one thing. I'm talking about these people who don't use the census.
Okay, so watch this, sugar. I try to go according to marriage. That's why I told you in the beginning of the conversation like 10 minutes ago. I try to go to according to marriage because then that makes it a little more simpler and a little more quicker than supposed to me just saying, okay, how many guys sugar's dealing with or how many guys boss lady did. You understand? That's gonna make it way more a bigger conversation.
No, but I'm going by what. See, we're not doing our own conversation. That's what you keep forgetting. We're commentating on what they saying, and you're gonna
Um,
have to remember that when you do your own commentating. You got to remove the I and what your statistics is. Listen to what they're saying and commentate on what they're saying. Then you can add in whatever you want towards the end, the middle, sprinkle here and there, But we're going off what two non-black women is telling us how we were raised, and I would like to know what will make her think that.
I
And
mean,
then, and then how far long can you tell me? See, your grandma and grandpa, see, your grandma and grandpa is not my grandma and grandpa. The way you got here is different from the way my family got here.
I don't.
Even,
But look, I don't think it's a bad thing. I think it's two different cultures and they should be raised differently.
Okay, well then they should be trying to tell us why we don't have men because they're two different cultures. You just said it,
Mm,
plain and simple.
mm,
You just said it.
right. Yep. Yep.
yeah, that's just like the boss lady already said it. But the thing is, how y'all was raised go back to your country. How your tradition go back to your country. Our tradition don't go back to our continent. I can't even say country. I gotta say continent because we don't know what part of the continent. And then people be like, "Oh, I got that test done." No, you got the test done for what is still visible on the map, but it was things that was on that map that was taken off.
Mm.
Like Negro land was taken off. A lot of people don't even know about Negro land. I mean, it's still there. A lot of these places, if you know the name, the map is still there, and it will show you in the old maps. If you got any of the old Bibles, that's a treasure. Because the old Bibles, the King James 1611, people like, I don't want to read the book, but that's where all your old maps are at. And a lot of them names before they was taken off the map. You got a lot of you just check out them. If you got a grandma, ask grandma to see her Bible. It's two different total Bibles. They changed them Bibles up really quick. So you people like, oh, it's just about no, it's about geography. It's a lot that's in that Bible. That's a whole high school lesson itself. It ain't about if if who was put here first, who's put here. No, it's a lot of things on just the maps alone are priceless. Cause you didn't even know them things existed. A lot of them places and towns, cause of war and people taking it over and people renaming it. And then so if this is a my native marker and you took it off the map, then it's going to tell me that it's going to give me a marker for another place that's probably in my genes, but it could be something else too. See, these people smart. They make sure you really never truly know yourself. They took
Yep.
the shit off the map. But my thing is, it's basically two Hispanic women telling us black women, calling us independent. That's how we were raised. Like we ain't never served nothing. We ain't never cooked nothing. Is she crazy? Did she sit up there and eat shitless before? Anytime you, I always say shitless because anytime you are degraded enough to have to take something like a intestine that's full of shit and turn that into a gourmet meal, you get nothing but respect from me. Nothing. I would never eat it. But to know that somebody had to smell that shit and cook it up to taste like a main meal, shit. Kudos to you. And better be glad that woman used her P's and Q's. There'd be a lot of hungry motherfuckers. Yeah, but and these men ain't even happy about that. Not these age men. I'm talking about the older age men. Y'all ain't even happy about that. Damn, mom used her cooking skills. Oh, this shit is good. It's good. Thanks, mom. Our stomach is full. Ungrateful kids. They're all ungrateful.
It just, I think the world has became so poisoned with just and I spoke about this earlier in the video about just options. The world has became so spoiled,
Oh shit. I'm gonna play it.
and
I'm gonna play it a little
it's
bit.
just really it's really a disturbing world because I think we have made, well, the white man, he has made a world where we have so many options.
Mm-hmm.
We're
You
we're
mentioned
our
that.
own poison.
I'm glad you mentioned that because I'm gonna be playing it later. But I'm gonna let these people talk it out and make sure you have something to say. But like I said, get out of us because it's not a us conversation. We're speaking upon their conversation. Like if you see she got a point or something, that's you can say that.
Right.
But our conversation, we gotta speak upon us. I don't allow people to tell me how black people was raised, and then if I tell you how y'all was raised, then y'all gonna be mad, right? I had a lot of people come for me, not knowing I know a little bit. I mean, I know a lot, but I know a little bit to back you up off me. Let's talk about
Yeah.
your people. You off mines now? I got something to say about yours.
Ways. So a little pushback to Ali. Um, Not pushback, but if you want to have pushback for Jen, um, why is the onus on men to build themselves and not women?
If you're talking, so you're talking to me, the question is for
Yes.
me.
Yes.
Okay. Why is there onus on men? Because men made the rules about what men have to be, who they have to be, what they have to accomplish. Men have a burden of performance. When you think about the worst thing you can be in society, you don't think about being a homeless woman. You think about being a homeless man. Well, why is that?
Right.
It's
Right.
a burden of performance.
Right.
So I think that's just tale as old as time. I agree. Build yourself up as a man, but professionally, so you can have some options, because if you're performing below average, let's be real, your options for wives, I mean, most men don't even want average women. It's a 50-50 shot that a woman's obese in America right now. Like, let's be real. Okay. So
Right.
that's why you got to
Right.
build yourself up. But at the same
You
time,
know,
I think when women think about building themselves up, that's where they get confused. I talk about that women want four things usually. They want the husband, the kids, the job, and the body. Well, if you want all these things, you will not be getting any sleep. So what can you realistically have? So then women choose, okay,
You
well,
know,
I
sex
want everything
burn
else
up
to get the
calories.
body. There's always going to be choices in life that incur consequences.
Mhm.
So when women
Sex
are
burn
choosing their
calories,
path
lady.
on how to build
Just in case
themselves
you
up,
ain't know.
it's like, no, what if you found a passion of fitness? What if you found a passion and a hobby? What if you really threw yourself into your feminine delights, your feminine talents, your feminine treats, instead of trying to go and be a hard charging man? I think
Mm.
just have conversations with yourself on who you are and who you want to be as a woman and gear yourself toward that. If you're a non traditional woman, fine, but have fun living your life.
Mm. Okay. I definitely took from that the burden of performance because I know me and
I'm so sick of the word tradition. I'm so sick of it. The next man that say that, you better not have no woman with a cell phone. I swear for God. She better not be using nothing modern. Nothing.
no, it is. Look, you gotta understand, sugar, and this is why men are kind of in outrage. There are traditional women that do exist, but it's a small, tiny percentage. And
Only way you still got traditional women if
What
they're
do you
like
mean? What do you mean traditional? What is the tradition?
that's what
it's
I was
the
going to
it's the
say.
mindset of knowing your responsibilities and knowing your duty as a woman.
Huh?
Just like me, I have a duty.
Okay. So what are the non-modern women doing about their life? I
We
don't. I don't
you're basically a feminist. Basically, you're a woman that feels like, a man is just an option in your life. A man is just a disposable thing or a usable thing when you need it.
So
Basically,
you telling me this conversation, listen carefully, young blood. This conversation comes from 45 and year older women because at that point, this is what older women do. So if older women been, I guess y'all men and women must been listening. I guess y'all been listening because that's just how we is now. That's why when we hear y'all men go, "Oh, y'all gonna end up old and lonely," we didn't end up that way. We made it that way. What the fuck? Do y'all know, regardless of how old you are, it's somebody for you. You just gotta go and get it.
okay, I disagree with that, but
No,
I,
you could
Of
disagree.
any race, you better believe it.
Is that because you don't know how to go out and get it? That is not the
So
other
for a
person's
woman to
fault.
be single, wait a minute. For a woman to be single, you saying for her to be single, that means that she uh doesn't appreciate a man or doesn't
no,
uh,
in the man's world and men world, like if I'm sitting down with six men and we look at a woman that's 50 or 45 with no man, that's a failure to us. We won't personally tell women that, but
We don't care. That's
we
see, that's what
we
I'm
okay, but
naturally
saying.
that's you 6 men out of billions. But what I'm saying is
all most men think that.
But even if they do, this is what I'm saying. Coming from once we got to a certain age, do y'all really think we give a shit?
No, it's okay, but it's gonna be hard for you to find a man because
No,
that's
but we
not
the
most
thing
men
is we're
think.
not looking. We're not asking you to tell us if it's easy or hard. The point is that it's somebody for everybody. I don't care how old you are. If I know I want something, I'm going to get it. Now, just because
we
somebody,
will get
yep,
us a man,
thank
and
you,
even if it's Joe Blow off the corner, we'll
thank
dust him
you.
off
Yeah,
and
because some women don't have the gift of gab. Some women don't have the willpower to approach the man. But a lot of them women who don't want this, I ain't sitting by myself tonight. Yo, who's sitting in this seat? We sitting
Right,
together.
sugar.
We
See,
sitting
you from a
together
different
now.
era, sugar. You see the way you talking.
No,
The
that's my
women,
personality.
the
No, that's
women
not.
30
That's
and
not my
younger,
era. That's my
they're not
personality.
talking like that, sugar. That's why I
No,
oh
said
yes they
don't speak.
are. Oh
no,
yes
No,
but
they're
they
that's
are.
not.
not. But
Sugar. No,
that's
they're not. I mean, boss lady. No, they're not. No, they're not.
You just said that they're independent, so that's how they're thinking. How are you gonna say they're not?
No, no. I'm
but
saying you see everything Sugar just said. How
but
she
that's
has
my
the
but no,
confidence.
but that's my personality. That's not how I was raised. That's not because of
Okay,
my
okay, yeah, yeah. Yeah.
household. That's
They
my
don't got that.
personality.
They don't got that.
That's right. That's just how my personality is. Period.
Right.
Like, oh my God, Jesus.
That's good. That's right.
Ooh, baby, gotta get you home with me
Late at
tonight.
night.
Oh.
Yes, that's
I
the era I come from
gotta
too.
get you home tonight.
Yep.
That's what I'm talking about. Don't play with me.
I like that
And
one.
that man gonna be like, shit, girl, what took your ass so long? My introverted ass sitting over here was waiting for you. See, remember, God made some people introverts and outroverts. I'm just an outroverse person and do how I was raised. But I could be inverted too, because sometimes don't bother me. But when I'm out of my inverted space, I'm in my outroverted space. I get who I want. I don't care who you are. I can get Kitten Hills too.
Kid Hills.
Remember, I need you gotta also remember I study people and I also know he's a Pisces.
Yeah,
So
come. Yeah, I can hear him right now. Come in, sugar.
remember, I know you're a Pisces. You think I don't know what Pisces like? Just give Pisces a couple little extra hugs and
What we drinking tonight?
no, you gotta be extra. I don't have patience for Pisces actually. If I had the patience for Pisces, to give them a little couple of extra hugs, treat them with care and shit. Even though they act like they that shark and that piranha and shit, they just really want a hug. They just really want a hug. They just really want somebody to do their dirty work for them. That's all they really want. Like I want to do the dirty work, god damn it. But can you do it for me? I appreciate that very much. I got the best ideas. Can you do it? But so that's what I'm saying. If you are true dating coach, if you are true, then you would know some of everything that it is to know if you're going to be a true one. See, these are not dating coaches. Like certain people, I wouldn't even like you as a half. What is that? You're a half man and half what?
Half beast.
Half beast, right? Certain females, unless I know, they can take, they can keep your mind occupied. I wouldn't send them your way. Like certain introverts, I will not send your way. I wouldn't send them your way because you're gonna grow bored. You're gonna go bored. You're gonna go bored. You're gonna find you some action, and they might find out, and they're gonna be crying. But certain people, I just wouldn't send your way because I know for a fact. But I'm like, if you're a true coach, hey Simone, certain people just wouldn't send your way. But I just can't get over two non-black people want to conversate about us.
That's a problem.
And everybody trying to sell their women because they want that Yankee dollar. They want that Yankee dollar. So everybody want to keep throwing us under the bus. Like, thank you, black men, for throwing us under the bus. Because all these conversations that y'all having should have been done in-house like everybody else. See, that's the point nobody ain't going to say. That's the point Kevin Kitten Hills ain't going to say. That's the point a lot of people want to say. Look at the difference between the white coaches and the black male coaches. It's two differences. One really wants you to get a date. One wants to separate you and tell you how to act and how to do this and how to do that. It's two different life coaches. I think might fuck around and go to the Caucasian one. Because the black one, oh, you're not feminine. You ain't never heard no white coach say that. What's that man name? I forgot that man name. Peter Roberts? Something Roberts. That man go jumping around the stage and stuff, getting everybody feeling good. You don't hear something like what Kevin Samuels will come out his mouth. And I like Kevin Samuels' hustle. I read about that man. I did some research. I like his hustle. And I did a video called Fake It Till You Make It. Because he damn sure faked it till he made it. You know that, right?
Yep.
You know he was wearing clothes and taking it back, right?
Most black people got, yeah, I heard about that. But most black people do got to fake it till we make it. I do agree with that.
So now he's not qualified. Once I see you normal, you're not qualified no more to act not normal. You still normal.
Yep.
So you're not qualified no more. You did the same thing we did. Well, not we did, but people do that. They kicked your ass out of Bloomingdale's for taking a perfume thing and sending it back. Motherfucker ain't never had a job in the dating world. He did not get famous until two things happened. That one thing that went with that lady, and when he noticed that the money is with the women. The money is not with the men. So everybody want to cross over to the women because that's where the money's at. The real men is out there working and stuff. They ain't not watching this shit. And all the simps, while you talking, they making sure they making love to their women. So you ain't even got to hear about this man. Exactly. He wouldn't know what a HV think and want.
my friends. I'm a graduate of Columbia University. My second master's, first master's from Boston College, a bachelor's from Boston College. And one of the things, my friends are all bankers. I'm the one that took the odd way around things, right? And they always say to me, "Hey Mo, I didn't work this hard for that type of woman. What are we doing here?" Like
What?
when we go to spots like new, like restaurants or bars, I didn't work this hard for women. Like I think men do, we do work hard for options to have certain type of woman that come
Y'all
into.
are so true. That part is so true. That's why y'all so mad at the Pookie and Ray Rays. I understand. Y'all mad at the Pastor Pleasums and stuff. I get it. Because you had to go to school for years, get a business. You had to go through all of that to get a piece of pussy. When you got people like him, all he did is cut the radio on, goddamn it. He got some ass. That ain't right. Say that ain't right.
Nah, that's false. Nah, sugar. Nah, nah, nah. You know what it really is? A lot of black men have became successful and they do want to get married. That's why I hate that notion of black women saying
I'm going off
that.
what Pete was saying. So you keep going personal. I'm going by what he said.
No, but no, but what his friend said was right. A lot of black men do want to get married. They don't want to just play with women.
Yeah, but he said they got to go fix themselves up and get all this done just to get a certain type of woman.
To get a wife.
He didn't say wife. He said a certain type of woman. He didn't say wife.
Nah, most black men I speak to, they looking for wives. I ain't gonna lie.
Remember, we on what he say.
Oh, okay, okay, okay.
I gotta teach you how to do well, you learn it. You learn how to do commentary. Commentary is about what the video says. That's why I don't have to go back and forth with people. I let the video speak. I'm talking about the video.
Mm.
So he said a lot of men work hard to get the type of woman that they want. You know, like shit. I done sat up there and went to school and shit and did all these essays and shit and stocks and all this other stuff because I knew I was lacking. So I had to go through extra stuff so you could say I'm a good.
Nah, sugar, you can't say that. Sugar crazy. Sugar's crazy.
You know that. Don't let me tell the story, goddamn it.
But black men just got smarter. That's all.
You knew I was lacking and slacking. You know, I couldn't work too little. Couldn't think too little. So I had to go to school.
The Pookies and Ray Rays.
Because I want them same women, but I have to use my pockets, god damn it. I didn't say it. I didn't say it. He said it. I'll let him continue to say it. I didn't say this. Why do they gotta be always saying they starting with me? I'm only doing commentary. That's it.
Our lives. We work hard for that. And I think women know that, right? I think for me, here's the disconnect. You can work as hard as you want as a woman. You can get all the degrees you want. You can make all the money you want, but it won't increase your chances of getting the man you want. But for men, if we do that, it increases our chances to get the woman we want. It really does. Like we learned that at a young age. Like get money and you have a better chance of getting that girl you want. I don't know. What do you think about that, Jen?
You spoke about the burden of performance. Well, heavy hangs the head that wears the crown. You guys want to run the planet. You want to.
I love Jen's honesty.
Then you put yourself in position to do that. Men are, raised that way, just like women are raised to be feminine and subservient and keep your legs closed and. Men are raised that way. So you want to run the house, you want to be HOH, you want to run then you go out there and perform.
As I sit back and I think alien, some people were raised, but some people it's in you.
Yeah, I agree.
But I don't think that every parent, like I know parents that got same mother, same fathers, like 8 kids. And some never drank, never smoked. Some smoked like the mother, some drank like the father, and some did more drugs. But they all brought up in the same house. Some was brought up brilliant. So some may look at this one and go, well, Well, look how that this one was treated, and they was treated so bad. But then you look at the sibling, and the sibling came from the same. It's a choice that you make, regardless of how you were raised. It's a choice that you make. Like, I'm gonna make it, or I'm gonna forever use my childhood as a crutch. That's why I don't deal with anybody. That's why you gotta be my age. I don't deal with nothing younger than my age. I need to know all the shit that happened when you young. You got a hold of it. That you grew past it, or you grew up. I don't have the time to be making someone. I don't have time to hear your problems. That's for the young girls. You tell her your problem. Y'all didn't see each other problems. I don't have the time for that. I'm at the time and I'm on my second life. I got to live and have fun. I can't be talking about your problems. Some problems, but not a lot. But I do think that some alphas were born. I don't think they was taught to be alphas. Certain things, I just think that it was automatically in you. But I think what happened was, if you don't possess it, then you call it by a different name. Like, you're not going to see a 2 or 3 year old toddler running around and go, "Oh, this is an alpha little boy." You're going to go, "He a badass little boy." You understand what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Or you don't say, "Oh, when he wants something, he's really persistent." Like, you're going to be like, "Yo, he's too aggressive." So I think a lot of kids were this way when they were young, but people didn't understand it. And instead of saying, "Oh, this little young man is alpha, let me direct him in alpha type of ways." So you called them a whole different name, and you labeled them something totally different. And that goes for females too. Like, if I know, if I have a child that has a beautiful voice, I mean, I'm not gonna say don't sing. No, sing.
But you know what it is? I think it's a big misconception too with this alpha. Going back to what you just said about not knowing, because you know what it really is with alpha. You can't really determine it, because alpha. Well, for men and from men perspective, alpha could be non-aggressive. Alpha could be relaxed.
I know what alpha is. I know when to play with my baby daddy and when not to play with my baby daddy.
Like no, because no,
I
watch this.
no, I'm telling you, I'm living proof. Women
No,
know, women know who to play with,
nah, because
not to play with.
a man could be emotional and not alpha. Like
Oh
a
yeah,
man could just be hyper. Like my brother, I feel like my brother, he's just hyper and emotional. He's not alpha.
yeah, but a lot of men are emotional because they are what they
Yeah,
are.
no, but that's
They
not
are,
alpha.
but they
That's not
are
alpha.
what? No, but they're still alpha. See, people
Nah,
gotta
nah, nah, nah,
understand.
nah,
Let me
nah, nah, nah,
finish.
nah, nah, nah.
Let me finish.
No, that
Let
doesn't
me
make you
finish.
alpha.
No, you
A
could be
cat could be
alpha.
alpha then.
My cat is alpha. My cat don't play.
No,
But
yo, no, that's not how it works.
I'm
No.
well, no, what I'm saying to you. Wait, what was I saying?
Sorry.
What was I saying?
No, we talking about alpha. No, you talking about being emotional and alpha. You
Right.
saying they go
Now,
together.
now
It
what
don't.
I'm saying is, you'll consider Kevin Kittenhill's alpha, right?
No, no, yeah, yeah, to a certain extent, but not really. But
Now,
go ahead.
I knew that the way he came at me, that was emotional. Y'all
Right.
may call it business, but then I said, that's because he's a water sign. I said, remind me of a
Mm.
goddamn Pisces. When I looked up his birthday, bam, there was. What I'm saying is that their water signs are control the emotions. So you're going to have emotional people anyway. That doesn't mean that they're not alpha. They're alpha as can be, but because of their element, see, them are the ones you don't mess with. Them are the alpha males you don't mess with. The ones that's alpha but happen to be a water sign, so they feed off their emotions. Them the ones that will shoot you. Them the ones with pum pum. Them
Yeah,
them them the
it kind of
ones that
remind me of Scorpios.
no Scorpios is already like that. But Scorpio isn't Scorpio a water sign?
Oh,
So
that's a good
that
question.
just showed you what I'm saying.
Mm.
Isn't we got Pisces, Cancer, and Scorpio are water signs. They know how to go deep. They feel your emotions. That's why they can always tell now something don't feel right, something. If you got a water sign friend and they really adamant about something, please follow them. Follow them if they adamant about something. If they not adamant about something, then I don't know what to tell you. But if they're adamant about something, usually they're using their psyche part of their sign. But that doesn't make them not alpha. That just means that I'm not a fire sign, so I'm not going to be all up in your face. I'm not going to be, I don't have that aggression as a fire sign, but I will still pop your ass. Don't come too close. I can show you better than I can tell you. As in a fire sign can show you.
All right, so that's your perspective on
No, that's just how it is. In that case, how did I know that Kevin Samuels, if I didn't see the emotion in it, how would I know that he was not being alpha when he came after me? He was being
because no, it could watch this. I'm gonna give you a great example. That was just an aggressive move. You felt like he aggressively took action. That
no,
doesn't make
the way
you.
he did it was feminine.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, right. You can say something like that, right? But it still doesn't make it alpha. Either way, whatever he did.
What I'm saying to you is he could still be an alpha man. He just happens to be a Pisces.
Nah, because no, you know what it is for us, and I could put. I wish it was like two or three other men on
No,
here.
I speak
Real,
on life. Go ahead.
real alpha men, real men. We know when we see an alpha. We know that an alpha 9 times out of 10 is quiet. He might be the most relaxed nigga and
Baby,
most quiet nigga in
alpha
the room. That's what we
alpha
know.
man is the man that women know don't play with. I think I better leave that one alone.
No, no,
I'm,
women think a loud man is
No,
alpha.
alpha means a leader.
Right.
Uh, you know, so what? I mean, if
You
a
could be the.
man is
Go ahead.
supposed to be the head of the family, so that would make him alpha automatically. Is that what you're saying?
No, 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 no. As men,
No,
that's
no,
I
no,
wish.
no, 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 no. Yeah,
Go
yeah,
ahead.
yeah, 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 yeah.
All right. As men, I wish it was another man in the room. As men, we know who's really alpha. Alpha man has power. He doesn't have to say more than even two
well, you could
words.
be born rich and have power too,
That's the point.
and be just as feminine as could be
Right. But no, but you're still an alpha because of your power.
because of
Power
your
makes you
money.
alpha.
But we can go back
Y'all
and forth.
think no, y'all think it's
No, ain't that what I think. We can
y'all
go
think it's
back.
masculinity is not.
No, I did not think that. Stop thinking for me.
No, you making it that.
No, it's I know I'm making it power. It's just a power statement for
My
me.
thing is, you can still have power. That doesn't mean you do not have emotions. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but real powerful men are not emotional.
They
Most men
are.
no, they're
They
not.
are.
Not real powerful
You're
men.
not in their skin. And if they don't have any emotion, they're narcissistic. But
No,
everybody,
you can't. No, what in the
because
world? No.
emotions is it's natural. It's natural.
Nah,
So
you can't say that. Emotions is not.
okay, it's
No,
not we wasn't born with emotions.
so that's saying that. No, that's basically saying that we were born to be emotional. No, that's false.
That's not what I said. I said,
No, that's what you're saying
we
though.
were born with emotions, yes or no?
No,
Emotion is not natural.
emotion is
So
taught.
happy and sad is not an emotion.
Yes, but
I'm
no,
feeling
but that's not being emotional.
no, it is being
Oh,
I'm happy is an
emotion,
emotion. I'm sad.
emotion. Come on
It's an
now,
So,
come
emotion.
on now.
boss lady, being
Come with
joyful
us.
is
Come
emotional.
with us. Yes. That's an
No, that's
emotion.
not. That's showing
That's an
emotion. That's not being
emotion.
No,
emotional.
but if you're
That's an
happy about something,
emotion.
if you're happy about something, you're gonna smile, right? Or you
Right.
may you don't have to smile, but you're like, yeah, I did it, yeah.
Yeah, that's
That's
showing emotion.
that's an
Right.
emotion. But if you're mad about something, you're gonna show that too. Like, listen, I don't feel
That's
like
being
doing this.
emotional. That's two different things.
No, it's still being
What?
emotional. I don't feel
It's
like
an
doing this right now.
emotion.
Like I'm having a bad day is an emotion. Like, nah, I don't feel like fucking with
Boss
nobody right
lady,
now. That is an emotion. Because
bo-
I'm not happy, I'm mad. So I'm showing the same way I'm showing you I'm happy, I'm showing you I'm not happy. I'm mad, I'm sad or mad about something. Nobody didn't say go in a corner and cry. I never said that. What I'm saying is an emotion is natural. You're born with emotion. You're born
right,
with it.
but
And
not
if
emotional. Right.
I
I agree
never
with that.
said emotional,
Right. I
I
agree.
said emotion. You didn't hear the AL come out of my mouth.
I agree, sugar. We on the same thing. I agree.
Because you got some women too that's highly that use their emotions, but they're not emotional neither. Like
Right.
some women, you if you see them cry, the whole world will stop. Like what? Like what? Oh no, such and such cried. We're gonna fuck that whoever made that person cry because that person ain't never cried before.
Mm, mm.
Or that person must be really going through something because that person ain't never did whatever before. And how will we know that? Because they showed us how the emotions that they was feeling, even though they wasn't crying. Because you can have tears of joy, so you can't say because somebody's crying is bad. It could be good because it's tears of joy. But the only way we can read somebody, we reading off their emotions. Even though they're not telling us nothing, we're filling out their emotions.
Miss Rod.
She said you was in her room the other day. I was like, yes. Try to everybody, please. If somebody's live, try to hit up the person live. You know, and if he well now he's back. So if he's live, he can hit me up in my DM back. I'm live, chick. I try to be a good girl. But my meaning of alpha man, everybody got their own meaning now. His is money. Mine is I better leave her alone. I know I'm a bad girl, but I think I better stop. You got to see with them alpha men. You know how far to go. You know every no, and we're not having them type of jokes. Alpha men, it's you like I said, you know how far to go. You know, no, these are all my boundaries. Do not cross these boundaries because if you cross this boundary, if you do this, I'm going to do that. That's alpha to me.
No, that's just an emotional, aggressive man.
No, no, he's not
That's
being
just
aggressive.
aggressive. That was
Having
my brother.
boundaries, having
That was my brother.
boundaries, having boundaries do not make you an aggressive. That because if my thing is if you don't cross my boundary, then you what problem would you didn't cross them, so you would never see me act any type of way because you never crossed my boundary.
That's a good thing.
It's a great thing.
A great
That,
thing. My
and
fault.
I think that's the first thing when people start dating. That is the first thing I think that they people should have that conversation about. What are your boundaries? Because I want to see you like this all the time, unless something in life happens and brings you to your core because that's life for you. But far as other little things like your pet peeves and little things, let's get this off the thing. Because I don't need to know nothing about you till I hear your boundaries. Can I live with these boundaries? Okay, here's my boundaries. Can you live with these boundaries? And then people have to accept the fact that don't have that conversation if you don't mean what you're saying. Say what you mean. If you tell a man these are my boundaries and don't do this and don't do that, because if you do that, this is what I'm going to do. Now you gotta be a woman of your word, or you gotta be a man of your word. If you said I don't deal with women like that, you gotta let her go. And you gotta let him go.
You
If the
gotta let it go.
gotta let go. Look like a nip lip.
TKO.
Uh. Right. So, you know, but like a lot of men too, like I said, a lot of them didn't even I feel sorry for them men and women. They learned how to be a male and female because mama slacked up or mama worked a lot and they was latchkey kids, and a lot of them I had to learn that just by being a big sister or a big brother. A lot of them had to learn because mama said, if something happened to such and such, I'm gonna tear that ass up. You made sure such and such, little, little Ray Ray, you made sure he was good till mama got home because I wasn't dealing with mama. So I have to watch you now. I have to make sure you good. Take your little brother to school. Pick your little brother up from school. Like, don't let nobody mess with your little brother. A lot of that was thrown on people because they happen to be the elder sibling. And then the baby siblings, which are grown men now, a lot of them, it's hard for them to be alpha because everybody had to always look after you. So you have to learn now how to look after people, especially if you was mama's baby. Shit, it's really hard. It's really hard. Even if you had men in the house, have nothing to do with that. It's like really hard if you was a baby child or next to the baby. And the oldest kids and the youngest kids will always have two different stories. They would never have the same story. Because mama was younger and mama did this, so mama was tighter on them and stricter with them. By the time she had them, she was less strict, and I was more of the mother child, or I was more of the mother, or I was more of the father. That's why I say it's so many instances you could put up in there. But let's finish listening to these chicks right here. Then I'm gonna go
And
watch
make yourself
this video.
100%. Women don't have to, perform
Oh
at
no, you had another video I wanted to see. You had a couple of them. You doing your thing, man.
You talking about me?
Yeah, it wasn't
Oh
the
yes, yes.
churches. You had a couple of other ones I wanted to see. I'm gonna show them because I'm only gonna do half of this. I'm not doing the whole video. Then we're gonna break down your videos, which I told you should be a minute. You got all of them views, but you only got like 40 seconds. You could at least make sure it adds up to a minute. Try to get to 60 seconds, bro.
All right, let me see. Okay.
Try to get this at least 60 seconds. I don't care if you got a cough. I'm waiting for y'all to get on in. How y'all doing? Peace out, my sisters and my brothers. Leave a comment down below and then start the show. But at least let it go to a minute. Because you know how many, before they said 4,000 hours, right? But before they used to say that, they used to say you need minutes. You know how many minutes is 4,000 hours?
No, I don't.
Alien blood?
No, I don't.
240,000 minutes for 4,000 hours. That's why I keep pushing that on you. I see your views and stuff is going up, but you're not getting the minutes. At least get the minutes.
And subscribers too.
No, that's gonna come too. That's gonna come too. But you do got people that's viewing it because of your beautiful titles, your little tricky titles you put in there.
Yeah.
Which is all good. I like a person that has a good title. I'm like, I gotta get to that point. But let me see if I can find you really
that
quick.
level to get married and be happy and have a rich man. And that's just how life is. And I want to, there's a disclaimer real quick because I noticed the ladies get For some reason, these are trigger topics for them. You don't have to know how to cook. You don't have to serve a man to be a whole woman. You guys get triggered by it. You have to learn to take the charge out of conversations. Okay, so I see a lot of, oh, I cooked today, I deserve a cookie, or oh yeah, here we go. It's like you have to take the charge out of conversations, and if it bothers you that much, then change some of the things that you do so you are that woman. I don't get the charge or why people get upset about these conversations. We're just talking about our experiences. What I'm saying isn't gospel. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with a woman that just wants to be a homemaker, raise her children, and cook for her man. If that makes her happy and that's what her husband wants, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that woman. If you're not that woman, I guarantee you can find yourself a man who doesn't care if you have other things going on. But ladies, we have to take the charge out of these conversations because it's silly. Everything is not a shot at you. You know what I mean? We're just having a conversation. I also wanted to say to Glow, because she brings this up a lot, and it is
Oh,
true.
somebody got
If there
dropped
was
the
no
link.
man in the house when you were being raised, then how do you learn about serving? The only thing I have is a little pushback because my grandmother, we were raised with her, and she never had a husband. My grandmother still taught us to be subservient. So you don't need a man in the house to teach a little girl that you should serve a man. He is the king of the house. It's just cultural. It's tradition.
Right.
I saw my mother do it, but my grandmother was like that, and there was no grandfather. You know what I mean? So that's just, you don't need a man in the house to teach a woman to respect the man and serve a man and cook for a man. You don't need a husband in the house for that. But I do understand that, if you didn't experience that, then you probably didn't see it. But your mother still could have, I'm saying in general, not your mother, Glow, but your mom can still teach you, listen, this is how you behave in the presence of a man, especially when that man is yours, right? So I just wanted to put that out there. Like we're not throwing shots at anybody. These are our experiences. Right. And it's just okay to listen and be like, okay, well, whatever, that's not me. I'm not cooking for a man. And you have every right.
Right. So I think we're not going to go to that real quick because I think that's what Ali was saying about modeling, right? The modeling that's going on, the lack of in our houses, right? But I want to go to delusion. Why are modern day women delusional? Where did this delusion begin? And why are their peers strong enough to tell them the truth? Like, hey, maybe you need to lose weight, sis, or maybe you need to be less assertive. We don't want to say masculine because I know how that triggers people. We want to say assertive. Or maybe you are not qualified for that man you want. Like, have you ever told a lady, a sister, a cousin that they're not qualified for the man they're pursuing? And I want to hear the reaction. Okay, Ali, lead the way. Talk to me. Talk about delusion. Delusion, then answer that question, please.
Woo, buddy. Okay. So, a lot of young women gathered around with other young women. They try to get advice from them. And this stuff goes on from middle school. From middle school, you start going to your girlfriends, well, what does a man think? But a lot of these women are clueless. And then you have to look at their mothers, aunts, and things like that. You just have to look at what's the well-being of the family, right? But I did talk to one of my girlfriends, and she wants a man, will not really voice that. I think is surrounded by a few more feminist women. But I told her what's in the way is really her weight. Since I've known her, she's become factually morbidly obese, and I care about her. Women lose at the end of the day when it comes to body positivity because she's the one that's going to have a heart attack. I don't want that for her. So I told her that that's why you can't have a man. But then she'll turn around and tell me, well, I know a woman who has a personality and she's thinking she got a man. I'm like, okay, well then why isn't it you? Ooh. Why isn't it you?
Wait. So, hold on. Yeah? Hold on, Ali. That's a little bit spicy. I didn't expect that coming from you. I expect that coming from Kim and Jen, but not you. Hold on. Why don't you have a? Now Ali.
That was spicy.
So you said what again? I want to make sure you said what?
Yeah, comments.
Well,
right.
Well, she knows women who are thick, have a personality, have a good man. And then my question is, why isn't it you? A lot of women, when they want to look around, well, my girl, I know, we all know a tall Asian. Okay, we know one. But who are you? You average or not? Right? Let's start right there. Because that's how I addressed it. I was average. I was overweight. I was not happy. I was depressed. I got my life in order, got my figure together, got a clean bill of health from the mental health doctor. And, then I went forward, and all of a sudden, look at that. I have a really quality dude in front of me. It's almost like it works.
Mm.
Anyway, that's my sass. There you go.
Wow.
I'm Puerto Rican. I
That
told you.
that was kind of sassy. That's your nickname, Sassy Alley. That's what we gonna call you.
Can I tag in, King?
Of course, Kim, and then Jen. Of course, Kim.
Hey, Allie. How are you? Nice to meet you.
I'm
Thank
good.
you.
Excited to see you. Love the lipstick. I'm a
Yes,
fan.
thank you. Thank you so much for sharing your story. So I have a question, and you brought up a point, and I want to try to connect it to a point that was previously made. Basically, in my opinion, what you just said was that you focused on yourself. You were real with like where you were and what your outcomes were, and you understood that like the outcomes you were getting were not the ones you want. So now, did you do that for the relationship, or did you just do that because you wanted to be a better person and you wanted to feel better, and then the relationship was the byproduct of you doing your personal work?
Do it for the relationship.
Gosh, how can I word this? So I will be transparent. I had a childhood where I was exposed to a lot of physical assault. When something like that happens to you over a decade, really rewires your brain. That is what is commonly known as PTSD. I prefer PTS, post-traumatic stress, because ain't no disorder. That's how you're supposed to react with somebody beating you up, okay? Right? Yeah. So I ended up, I didn't know what it was. I just knew I was always like very quirky, fidgety, very like on guard. Okay, so then cue the divorce. And I still have this problem that's undiagnosed. I don't understand what's going on. I just, I'm different. Then I meet my fiance, and then it just hits me in the face. If I don't get this together, we are not going to work. And I love him, and I want to be with him. Now, did it benefit me by proxy? Yes. Now, there were steps along the way that I took because, for example, I had to lose weight already for the military, so I did that myself, and I really enjoyed that. That's how I found out that working out was going to work for me. I'd been working out on and off through this because I already found out that was a good coping skill. But he's a by proxy of some side quests, but the main quest that I went on, it was largely in part because of him, because I wanted to keep him.
Okay. So now at any point, I guess, in that process, just kind of identifying the reasons why you made the change. Do you think it's problematic that you made it for a person and not for yourself? Or do you think that like it's still
all the
same great
changes you do
outcome
in your
because
life is
making
for
the change
people.
for him helps
You don't make
you
no
to
changes
elevate?
for
Like, is it
yourself.
more about the intent of change, or is it more about the outcome of like what happened and what
The
you gained from
outcome is to
making those
benefit
changes?
everybody. What are you talking
I
about?
think it was more timing. I happened to meet him right around the time when it seemed like I needed to get my life together. I was going to get it together anyway. I'm a very goal-oriented woman. I can't stay still. I have to progress.
Yeah, they explain that to you.
I had an autoimmune disease, and I went from being stuck in bed to running a half marathon. I love living life. I always wanted.
Really? She had to explain that to you, really? That she was sick and she needed to be healthy? Really? This was wrong with a lot of women nowadays. You really had to ask the woman, her bettering herself, was it for the man or was it for her? It was for everybody. What in the world? What kind this the world we live in where a woman thinks being healthy is doing something for a man.
Wow.
What?
It benefits. You can want to do it for a man, or you can want to do it for a woman. It depends on who is it coming from. But at the end of the day, it benefits you.
Right.
And if it makes you a better person, then you become a better person to the people around you.
There you go, sugar. This is what in the world?
But I had a phone call really quick, so I didn't hear none of that. Nobody never used to call me I think they see if I'm online. And then they let me call her now. So somebody got to be playing with me.
To have a better life, regardless of if a man was there or not. But he just happened to be right on time, and God was looking at me like, "You got to do some work." I said, "Okay."
Mm-hmm. Wow. So can we say manifestation? Manifestation.
No.
Like, it's hard work. It's hard work. It's hard work.
I want to thank me. No days off me.
Okay. So Jen, go back to the question in regards to delusion from women in regards to courting, dating, and have you ever told one of your friends? Oh, damn, I know you're about to go. Have you ever told one of your friends you don't deserve the man you want, or you can't get the man you want.
Yes. I'm that friend. You love me because you hate me, and you hate me because you love me. I'm that friend. I'm gonna tell you how it is, especially if I care about you or I see something in you. Because we don't even have to be friends, but if I'm trying to tweak your life or something about you, is because something about you intrigues me or I care about you. Otherwise, I don't care. I say nothing to you. Right? I say it's like, do your life. But my very, very best friend actually, she was drinking a lot. She was a little heavy. And she had a boyfriend and they were having problems. And I was like, her name was Veronica. I called her Ronnie. I was like, Ronnie, this man, he's out there in the world, in the workforce. He's seeing beautiful women all the time who got it going on, who are working, you know what I mean, who are financially stable. Like, aren't you nervous about losing him and just being the way that you are? Like, I told her that. Like, aren't you? Doesn't it make you nervous? Like, I didn't tell her, oh, you're fat and ugly, and you're. I was just like, listen,
You
you're
was
always
supposed to.
pining for this relationship and wanting more,
Hmm.
and you're saying he's
Nah,
ignoring
she was
you.
supposed to tell her the
I mean,
truth.
it's like he's
The truth is what?
And that's why Kevin blew up, because he started telling women the truth. It's not about shaming or making someone feel some kind of way. But she about to tell a story about her friend
But
having a
what's the
successful.
truth?
The truth was that she didn't want, like she just said, she didn't
The
want to tell her
truth
friend
is
that.
she heavy set, right?
That's a problem when you're dealing with a
No,
successful
no,
man.
no. I'm saying.
Right,
Okay,
that's the truth.
But a man can pick whoever you want to pick, so I wouldn't know if that's the problem. What I'm saying is people always make it see this is why I think people don't come for me. Come for somebody else. Number one, the weight can always be lost. But don't come to me telling me that I'm big and we together all the time. Like, bitch, I didn't look in the mirror. Like, you didn't know I know this. See, I hate when people tell you stuff like you don't know. Like, I didn't know I was big. Now, if you're gonna say, "Hey, baby, let's get together," now this comes from a female friend. If that's your female friend, let's walk, head to the park across the street. Get your headphones. 7:30 in the morning. How I know them Chinese do it every morning. Them Chinese don't care what weather it is. They're out there doing whatever they do every single morning
Yeah, but
as
most
a group.
sugar, most Chinese people are not overweight.
I never said that they was. What I'm saying is that if you cared about your friend, then you would do more like that. Cause weight can be lost. But don't tell somebody, well, you know what? Well, I'm just telling the truth. You ain't gotta tell me shit. I look in the mirror. You don't know. I know I'm big. I ain't people think. Well, let me just in case you didn't notice you was big, and when you buy your own clothes, I know that I'm big already. A friend for me is saying, "Hey, let's walk this park together. Let's walk a mile together. Let's go on a walk. Let's do stuff now to change our body." Now that's a better way of present. I don't need you to tell me I'm fat, bitch. I know that. Now I'm gonna find something about you and tell you what's fucked up. And you know what you're gonna say? I know this. Cause there's nobody perfect. There's nobody that can't get scrutinized. Everybody can get it.
Look, Sig, I definitely agree with you, but I think, in my opinion, though,
But you're a
most
man, you're not a female.
most men don't marry
We're
thicker
talking
women.
about men. I don't care what
Yeah,
you
they don't marry thicker
I
women.
don't care that they don't marry thicker women because they always cheating with thicker women. So I don't care. So that goes to show you that just knocks what that I'm a marry. I'm a marry will look good, but I'm a fuck what feel good. See,
Nah, thicker women just more humble. They are.
thicker women feel good. I'm telling you, the man say I can't go in no vagina. I
They
only, can tell you, I only can tell you what a man say. I don't have a penis. I can't go into no vagina. So if for me to make this statement, I didn't make it. Yeah, the minute you may look good, as my little trophy. But when I cut them lights off, this chick feel better. I like the layer under her. I like when she lay above on top of me. Now all that weight that he was talking about, when them lights are off, it feel different now. It feel real different. And then everybody want to know how birth that the rest of them end up getting knocked up because you what look good and feel good is two different things. And men be like, that's why they had women. They called them back in the day certain time, like you the daytime chick, you the nighttime chick, you the evening chick, you the after dark chick. But they still had all them chicks. They still had all them women. They just had different times where they would be. Like you ought to be on before the sun.
No, let me tell you something, Alien. Now, I had a young dude, and he had a baby mama. And do you know that that man would get up, run my bath water, lay my clothes out, have my ice water on the side of the bed, breakfast, everything, have my clothes ready, drive me wherever he was going. And sometimes we would go, he was going to go see his daughter. I go with him. And he was proud of me, regardless. You hear me? And there was a lot of other men that was proud of me along with him. So I can't agree with you.
I mean, no, I do see your point. I do respect it, but just us men, we only respect marriage. But I see your point though.
Bull.
But
Bull.
why marry somebody that you have to now cheat on because this person feels good to you? When the
At least,
lights out,
at least he gave you everything though. That's what matters.
he gave who everything. But
The wife.
his feelings is with big girl, not with the trophy girl. She just
No,
looked
no,
good.
no. He just used the big girl when he wanted her.
And let
No,
me
he
tell
don't
you another
use her. He
thing
not
that
using the big girl when he wanted. Is when he
uh
want to feel good. He call her. He
good.
got a
Yeah.
wife. He don't have to use her at all. He got a wife at home.
Right. He would have married the big woman if he really wanted to feel good all the time. He don't want to feel that all the time. That's the point.
But no, the point is he does want it though. In that case, stay with Stell.
Yeah,
Get
when
Stell.
he no, but
When,
when he wanted sugar, don't want it every
no,
day.
but a lot of
Yeah, he
them,
does. Yeah, he
he
does. There's
does.
men that
A
have a
lot
Boss
of
whole
them.
lady,
nother family around the corner.
I was getting
A
ready to say
whole
that.
nother
I was getting
family.
ready to say that. I was
The
getting
whole
ready to say that.
relationship, the whole
Yep.
marriage.
look,
He got a whole nother
boss
family.
boss lady, the
I was
It's a,
just
man,
it,
getting ready to say that.
the woman wins when she get his last name, the ring, the house, the money. That's only when the woman don't win
Let me
because she getting screwed on the side.
and
She
she
don't
got
win.
kids. She does win because at the end of the
No, she
day,
don't.
at
Sugar.
the end of the day, just like at the end of the day, when Prince thought that
oh, she went.
Prince,
You know why she wins? You let me tell you why she wins. She wins because even though the wife got the name and all that, he is there still raising her children. They
'Cause
have the opportunity to have
boss
a
lady,
mother
because
and a
that's what a
father.
man do,
Listen,
boss lady.
they had a chance to have a mother and a father in both houses.
But boss
Understand me?
lady, that's what a man's supposed to do though. Think about it.
Okay, so
That's how to win. He's supposed to, just like
no,
boss
but
lady. If I had,
no, that's not what she's saying. She's saying she didn't say he take care of his kids. She's saying that he's still there with her too.
right, because he had kids with her, right?
But if he even but
no,
he could just take care of the kids. He ain't gotta stay with her.
Right, that too.
He
You're
ain't
right. I
gotta
agree.
sneak out. He ain't gotta sneak out to be with her. He could be home with his wife, but he like, damn, I need some cushion tonight. I don't want no damn. I don't want no phone sticking me. I need some cushion
and
tonight.
a big girl once told me, laying down, we both the same size.
I always tell people that cut the light when you cut the light off. When you cut the, now I always go when you cut the light. That's when it comes to a man and a woman, boss lady, with the same
Mhm.
size. When there's a tall man and a short woman. But they say when you cut the light, well, once you cut the lights out, we are all the women, we all the same because you don't get to see none of that when the lights out. You're going by what you're feeling. And like, damn, this good. And then she bounced it back when I hit it from the back. That shit clapped and it bounced back. Now I gotta go back home. Now I gotta go on back home to this chicken. Yeah, she looked good and all my friends and everything else. And
Man,
you
he
know
can't
what?
bounce on wife.
You know what? They more overprotective. Cause me, I've been every size in the book. Can't nobody tell me how I was treated. I've been every
Mm-hmm.
size in the
Me
book.
too.
I have been from skinny, and that's one thing I would never. I made sure I did not stay skinny. I'm like, skinny is not for me, and I've been there. I could have stayed there. I'm like, where's the Haagen Dazs? Pour it on. Pour that Haagen Dazs on. No, skinny is not for me. But they're a lot more overprotective of their big mamas than their own wives because the love was never there. You just looked good. You just looked good.
That's
And a
Alien. That's
lot of
why a
them
lot of guys that
understand.
are cheaters, a lot of the cheaters, they end up getting their side woman took by their homeboy. You know
Or
why?
they end up being with the side chick and leaving
Mm,
the wife, and the wife,
mm.
oh, but she don't look better than me. No, he was cheating with this chick a long
The
time.
whole time.
It's just that it it's just that I don't want to play this game no more.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
but
it is a
it's
game.
no, I
It
mean,
is
but
a
it's
game.
different scenarios for everything. It's different scenarios. It's different scenarios for
In
everything.
general,
But
No, but no, but like you just said though, Chick, it is a game though. Finding a good wife and really keeping her happy. It is a game. It is.
because you got like a lot of females too, and a lot of men be thinking because they packing, they think girlfriend won't go out and cheat with somebody that's smaller. Same rule apply.
Right. Yep.
The same rule apply. Oh, I'm Dexter St. Jack. Whew.
yeah, right.
Oh, my stuff
But
hang.
Yeah, if you know what, that'll fool you. That
And
don't
then
let the
and
smooth taste
then
fool
and
you.
then well, he won't know the man ain't got the man she cheating with ain't got nothing. But he's like, but damn, she cheated on me with that?
yep, happens all the
Because
time.
so that's the same thing with them big beautiful women. Oh, I'm so beautiful. It ain't never gonna happen to me because everything that Kitten Hill said and everybody else said, I fit the criteria. I'm feminine. I don't weigh that much. I weigh this much. And then all of them unhappy and cheating wise. They all get cheated. They all get cheated on. Because if a man can't come to you and love you for you, and he gotta put a criteria on it, your chances are you're gonna get cheated on. Your chance not saying you are. The chances are you will get cheated
Oh,
Yep. I need to really research the concept of cheating because you know I- no, I do respect cheating. I feel like if a man agree to be with one woman, he should just be with that one woman. But with cheating, it goes deep. Yeah, it's like where did it come from? I ain't gonna lie, it is crazy though. I ain't gonna lie.
it
That is
came
crazy.
from biting that apple.
on. Well, yeah. Cheating comes from
Now I'm just thinking about what
pre-war.
Sharitha Ali said.
Before we had all these wars and stuff, God had one man, one woman. But then when man
No, that's
decided,
false.
but when
No, sugar.
when
Sugar.
when
From day one, it was always one man. One man
okay,
had
so
multiple women.
Who was with Adam with besides Eve?
Well,
Who
I don't know. I don't
who
believe in that story,
all
but
right, but I'm saying though, if you even if you don't believe in the beginning, you don't hear about more than one wife. You hear about a wife, a husband. Then after the wars started, then you started. That was when you heard about cheating because every man had a home. There wasn't no war. Once the war started, then polygamy got introduced because you didn't want the women to be not protected. So they married either their brother's wife or whoever. This is how it started. They married so the kids won't be bastards and they could be protected. And then all these other things started. That's why I said people can't talk about tradition because if you wasn't, what's the tradition of the first two people? We don't know, and we'll never know. Cause that's if you talk about tradition, however how they did it back in the days, that's how it's supposed to be done. But we would never know how the first two people did it. We would never know. Everything is speculation. How we feel it should be, how we thought it should be, how we want it to be. But I will tell you guys, y'all can have all the videos that y'all want. Women are not going back.
Well,
At, they're not. Y'all can speak upon it until y'all blue in the face. Y'all can go out and get some females on y'all side. It's not going to happen. Y'all can tell us to y'all blue about femininity. Listen, we don't cut it off and cut it on. If you is a feminine, if you're a masculine sign, you're a masculine sign. I cannot, that doesn't mean I can't cut down my fire. That doesn't mean I can't be nicer. That doesn't mean I can't, a lot of things I can be. But that's only for my special man. But I have to feel you special. Because I have to make sure you're not treated nothing like anybody else I come in contact with. You will have to know you're special, but I have to know that you're special before I treat you special. Because I'm too old to playing these games, and then you want to change coat and change faces and shit. And I'm like, damn, I'm too old to be in jail. That's why I don't play these games. I'm too old to be locked up because y'all don't want to grow up and shit. When people getting old, they ain't got no time for no feminine conversation, masculine. We ain't got no time for no conversations. The question is, I hope we wake up in the morning. That's what life is all about. When you stop worrying about all of this bullshit, and the only thing you want to know is if your mate is going to wake up, and your mate want to know if you're going to wake up the next day. That's what it
right,
all comes
type
down
shit.
to. I ain't never seen two people not be around. I work extensively with senior citizens in the nursing homes and stuff like that. I listen to their conversations too. Their conversations are totally different. That's why I don't have to pay none of you guys any mind. I don't have to listen to none of you guys because I also listen to the conversations of our seniors who was once babies, who was once this age. Now they at the last stages, and their conversations are totally different. And that's when I truly learned the meaning of life. It took a bunch of seniors
Yeah.
for me to really learn. So I don't care what none of you guys say actually, because I've been doing this since 6 years old, being around nothing but senior citizens, and their conversation still is the same, a little bit different, but the meaning of the conversation is totally different. They make you say all this other bullshit we fight. It don't mean nothing. All you want to know is you, and if your loved one is going to wake up so you have to spend one more day together. That's what life is all about, laughing and joking with your mate and singing if we're going to wake up the next day. Because, or am I going to have to, is my mate going to get sick on me? And is my kids going to be there for me? I mean, them are real conversations. Can you imagine them conversations is not even spoke upon? Is my kids gonna be there for me? Or are they gonna be working and out of state and doing them? Is anybody gonna love me? Anybody gonna knock on my door? Is they gonna find me dead in my house because my body started to um you gotta know the word I'm looking for. Start with a D. But decompose and now they smell it. Them a whole different conversations. Them conversations hit different because these are the things we don't talk about every day. So that's why I think the way I think. I'm like, damn, that shit is true. You raising them to be a good husband or wife, But did you raise them to be a good kid? If I need some water, they gonna bring it. And I know, boy, I say, have you ever heard that when you was young and you never understood that until you got older?
Yeah, who gonna bring me a glass of water?
Yeah, who gonna bring me a glass? And I always heard that who gonna bring me a glass of water. I'm like, a glass of water I could bring, but I never understood till I got. Then I understood that everybody leaves the older people in their mind is if I need a glass of water to take my medicine or just to live, who's gonna bring me the glass of water? I didn't hear nothing about feminine. I ain't hear nothing about alpha. I ain't hear no. The question is who gonna bring me the cup of water? You never heard that, Alien Blood?
Nope.
Now you have. So if you ever hear that older person talk about water, now you know what they mean. They're talking about their kids and how they raise their kids, and if one of their kids will bring them a cup of water, or they're gonna be out and about. It's how they raise them.
I mean, me, I don't. Me personally, I'm gonna keep it 1,000. I'm kind of like you. I'm old school. Man, yeah, you can say traditional. I don't like to say traditional all that shit. I just like to, but I'm more old school, like of two grandparents living together until they die off. Maybe the kids might visit from time to time. I'm old school like that because that's just how a lot of old school couples died out. So, for me, when I hear a lot of these, options and questions, in my mind, I just be
So
like,
you
people
not
never.
used to. So you're not used to like family gatherings and aunties and uncles getting together and stuff like that. Is that what you're
I
saying?
don't come from that generation of a whole bunch of families living together and stuff like that of that nature. No, I come from, we have family gatherings sometime from time to time, but in terms of the whole family living together or, me living with my grandmother, nah, we ain't, it was never like that. That was not old school.
Alien,
Huh?
are you able to drop your link in?
Do, 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 do.
Because it's hard to find you.
I got you. Three, two, one. Let me go to my link right now. It should be.
I'm gonna let them play because I tell you I'm gonna play the one I wanted to see. It's a couple of ones. They short, so it won't be that long.
Out there in the world, I'd be nervous as a woman to not be at my best. I spoke about this before. I'd be nervous as a woman to not be at my best, to know that my man is out there.
Mm.
So yeah, I did tell her. She ended up losing him. They broke.
No happy end? Okay.
Like I
No
said,
happy
I
ending.
knew it.
No,
Because it wasn't
she
about her weight.
they
Thank
ended
you.
up breaking up.
It wasn't about
I
her
love
weight.
the question that Kim asked because I went to anger management. I volunteered. It wasn't court mandated. It was I went, and I didn't do it for a man, but sometimes someone close to you suggests something, right? And when you care about them, you're like, okay, you're like the third person I care about that mentioned this thing. And you're absolutely right. So I went and fixed it myself. I didn't. It's not all the way fixed. Do not test me, y'all. But I went and I said, I need.
It's crazy. I was going to go to anger management too, right? But I realized it's the people. Get away from me. I just thought about it. It was the people. Many moons ago. I'm glad I found this out. Cut motherfuckers off. You won't have no anger management. It's the people.
Yeah, well, yeah, you
Cut their ass off.
in situations that make you angry.
Shit, cut their ass the fuck off. Bye. That's how you do that.
She's sitting around holding stuff in. That's what her problem was.
I don't know, but shoot, anger management. Why I'm gonna be no bye, 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 bye. Anger management over. I saved me a hell of a lot of money by cutting motherfuckers off.
I need help for this. I need to fix this. So I love your question, Kim, because it was like it was for the greater good of me, regardless of who I'm with after the fact. You know what I mean? I'm a slower burn now, still a burn, but I'm a slower burn. Where before I was like 0 to 100. You know what I mean? 2.5 seconds. So it's important that you do things for yourself. But sometimes the person you love will be like, "Hey, what is that? What is that?"
Kim, have you ever told a soror, because she's an amazing sorority, have you ever told a best friend or family member, you're not going to get the man you deserve?
In so many words, I have. Because again, not to diminish relationships at all. I think relationships are so important. I love them. But I told them some advice based on just them not getting the outcomes they wanted, because I feel they weren't getting the relationship they wanted because they were not the person they wanted, right? There were some personality things there. There were some active listening things that were not happening. So I was just like, hey, you're kind of contentious and you have these contentious conversations with men. Is that working for you or is it not? Because you can still say what you've got to say and be opinionated, but it's like the way you say it and when you say it and like how you offer it. I think I said last night that you can get more bees with honey than you can with vinegar. And, I think it's possible to spread honey on a lot of what we say. Sometimes we do got to put some vinegar on it. Sometimes it's got to be hot and spicy. It
Okay.
just is what it is. But like, I've absolutely had that conversation and it went over well. But again, I did it from the framework of you're having relationship issues, but you're also having issues at work. You're also having issues with our other friends. You're also having issues, with people within your family. So kind of fixing this one thing, tweaking it a little bit is going to get you outcomes in several aspects of your life. Like that's kind of the up leveled approach, like looking at how you can make a change in one aspect or one part of your life and how it can just like affect everything.
Right. So I want to go back to Ali. And you said that I'm taking notes. I don't ever take notes. This is what Jen does before she starts cooking up. When you see Jen start writing, then she go cook up. But you said you used the word criticism when you described delusion. And are women open to real criticism, or do they like to be cuddled by their friends? Because what I'm hearing, like what you and Kim said the same thing, but it was different tones.
You know what? Sometimes the way they talk to people is like, to me, if you have more of a concept, like if somebody on drugs or something like that, the way you say stuff to them may be the thing that will make them may want to turn down the fire or whatever. The way you're talking, sometimes, just like the lady said, you got to know who you are. So if you know who you are, it doesn't matter if you know who you are if you're going to change who you are for somebody. You can't have it both ways. I know who I am, but for me to keep this man, I got to do that. Something is not authentic here. I have to be authentic at all times because
But hold on, sugar. This is one thing that I try to teach my um mother and my friend. Because I feel like they the same. They kind of in the same age range. They kind of. But anyway, the moral of the story is that sometimes you can express so much that you lose in life. Being and see, men, we learn this early, but sometimes expressing yourself too much, being too real, you could say, that can mess up your aura, the light that you actually bring as a person.
no, that's true.
That
I
is a big
totally
fact.
agree.
Yeah.
No, I totally agree with that.
Yeah.
The only thing I have to say to that is it's not for you. Thank you for telling me, but I think I know this. I'm talking about people have to learn that themselves.
Right. Right. Right.
Now, if I have had friends and I'm like, yo, damn girl, why you so, but that's not because with a man, that's like period. No, it's all in the delivery. Like, don't you know what? Oh my gosh, you know, I have to find a way to put it, and we'll laugh it off. But then they'll still think about it. But I don't come around thinking that, well, if you really, they know this already. People know when they rude. People know when they unmanly. People know when they loud. People know these things about them. So for me to have to come give you that talk, I'm not going to do that. Now I can say, listen, you get away with me, get away from me with all that extra. They'll know what I'm talking about. So that it'll be their choice to come around me in a positive way or keep that negativity over there. Cause see, I feed off energy. Some people feed off money, some people feed off this, people feed off looks. I feed off energy. And your energy, that's why I say you have to be authentic with me because that's how I know. You put your thing inside the chat instead of putting it inside the I don't know
Wait,
what
it didn't go into the chat room.
no, it went into private chat. Right. So I don't I don't like a lot of things people just life itself would teach them. That's the point that I'm making. Life itself. Sometimes people really have to sit back, but it ain't no money in that. If people do self love and all the self this and self that, there'd be a lot of people who have jobs. They don't really want you to sit back and look at yourself. They don't really want you looking at me. All these things they tell you to do, they don't really want you to do it. Because if you really did it, it'd be no need for them. It'd be no need for them. Or telling somebody, hey, your nail is, your nail is broken. Like, bitch, they on my hand. You think I don't know my nail is broken? Are you going to fix it? So don't worry about it. Somebody got a bonnet on their head. Oh, that wear the bonnet. Do you know why they got a bonnet on their head? How about ask them now? Shut up. Shut up. Did you try it again? Move, dog.
Totally different. Like
a dating coach relationship advice person comes on that is a man, he might be judged differently than a woman. That's just what I think. I don't like it, but it exists. And if the world is sexist, then I got to learn how to roll with it.
Okay.
I think that's we put too much on that. I think when you say you don't get to 1 million subs by accident, actually you can. There was a woman who glued her hair to her head, and she's about at 1 million right now. More people than ever are online. It's not hard to go viral. I tell people all the time, if I start a channel tomorrow and say no one praises Black men like Latinas and Black women ain't ish, and I would be at 1 million subs like this, because we're underestimating how many people are in pain, do not seek therapy, have unresolved issues. There are billions of them. So I can't look at him and say, hey, he got 1 million subs. He must have did something right. What he's doing is this is mega church preaching remix. That's all this is. This is mega church preaching remix. I'm gonna stand up here and I'm gonna cater to your low self-esteem, and I'm gonna validate you no matter how fucked up you are, and you're gonna praise me for it, and you're gonna pay me for it. So I don't look at 1 million subs as some sort of validation. Like, he must be doing something right. I can literally do that tomorrow, long as I cater to the majority, and the majority of people fucked up.
Right.
So
I want to admit that they're fucked up. So yeah, he did actually. He went viral accidentally. He went viral bashing a Black woman. He didn't know that was.
Nah, it didn't go viral accidentally.
Did I mention she's still single? But let's go.
Yeah.
That clip went viral. Why? Because so many men were happy that a guy in a suit bashed a Black woman. So if you ask me, he did go. It was accident.
What I will say is this. Like I said, I say it all the time. I'm not fond of my frat brother's tone, but some of the gems that he has, some gems in there that I definitely agree with. I definitely agree with. But what I will say is that even if it was accidental, he has. I don't see like you could probably do it, Jen, because I told you mainstream Jen. That's your nickname. Everybody has a nickname, mainstream Jen, right? But people have been trying to do it and they can't get his numbers. There's myriads of people trying to do what he does and they can't get them, and he's maintaining it. Like it's unbelievable.
He's not maintaining it. His viewership has gone down, so he's not maintaining it.
I mean, no, it's gone down. No, this is a fact. His viewership has gone down, but
Who's the he they talking about?
But he hasn't been putting out that much content though.
Who?
I ain't gonna lie. Kevin, nah, they talk. Look. They're talking about Kevin, but Kevin hasn't been putting out. He hasn't been putting out that much content, and then on top of that, he's already 1,000,000 plus. He don't need to put out videos every day.
And on top of that, he out to get people like me. I think, yo, I swear for God, that there Pastor P, right? I told you what, I don't know if you see it, but Pastor P was mad at the Brandon. He was like, "Dear God, please take Brandon lungs."
And his him and his lungs. Come get him and his lungs.
Come get him and his mama. And then when you pick him up and bring him up there, drop his ass back down, right? So when my page was being taken, I was like, Lord, please make I ain't wishing nothing bad on Kitten Hills, but make sure something happened that he can't get back to me in 7 days. I was like, so then right after that, somebody comes with the say your prayers for Kevin Samuels. I'm like, oh my God, did I put the man in the hospital? What did I do to him, right? Because I did the oh Lord prayer. But in all reality, she was one of them quote unquote one of them psychic women who wanted to say pray. I'm like, bitch, you don't do that after I wish certain things. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Come over there and smack you. How my man, Brad Man, saying, smack the shit out you. Smack the shit out you. And y'all gotta remember too, women in my age bracket is a lot masculine than a lot of you know that, right? Besides us being masculine already. Cause that damn rap music, right? When rap music first came out, it was like a certain stance, a certain dance, a certain way you held your hands. So, we just got to adapt. We look like a bunch of ninjas, because we got the hand go like that. And then you had like the gangster rap. So then we got gangster. It's like then when the gangster rap, we got that rap. They took a lot of womanhood away too. Let's not forget. In them damn movies, you couldn't tell me I wasn't a damn Chinese girl when I was young. All them Chinese movies I saw, I still got them on videotape. Yes, honey. The old good ones I still got. And I be thinking I could kick somebody and do Chinese stuff things too. But how y'all feel about what they saying? Forget my.
I think they have some points, but like you said from the beginning of this conversation, I don't think it's a healthy conversation of women out of the race talking about our problems. Like, yeah, y'all might have some solid points. Yeah, y'all might be right, but the point of y'all even having this conversation is like, it's like, what's the point? Like, what are y'all coming to save us, or y'all? I mean, like, what are y'all doing? Like, are y'all just talking and talk, or like, I don't know. Like you said though, it's like a question of why y'all even having this conversation. That for me, I think that's what it is. And then it's bad enough that y'all having a conversation, then y'all having a black man orchestrate the conversation. So now it just looks super weird because now it look like he don't even like black women or something like that to that feeling or to that energy. I don't know, but that I don't know. That's what I just get from it. I feel like
I believe he threw the black token up in there. If you look at her, remember I pick up on energy. Her energy, she has to watch her energy.
Right.
Because if she don't, then this one who got anger management going to show the spicier Latina Then she gonna show "Don't play with me" chick, and the one on the other one, Allie, gonna be like, "What the fuck is going on?" And then conversation man gonna be like, "Where's the popcorn? Where's the popcorn, old chick?"
But
So, but
he
so
just dates white girls. He does. He dates the Latinos and whites. You can just
But
tell.
see, that's why I said he had to put a token black female on it who has to now watch her. So I'm looking at her face. She has to now watch what she says and do because she don't want to look like a black woman, a stereotypic
Black woman. Yeah,
woman.
you can say something. Like,
That's
yeah,
what
I see
yeah.
your point. I see your point.
So she has to talk calm. She has to talk intelligent. You know,
But wait, hold on, sugar. Because you know what it is. You know what I hate too. I hate black women that sometimes kind of paint that notion. Because I know a lot of very calm, respectable black women.
hmm
Like all the Shaquita stuff. This shit just started happening like the past 20, 25 years. That's not black women.
But first of all, the mama gave them the name. They didn't name themselves that. So it ain't
Right.
like because your name, you got one of these names that, like people like, oh, so Shanisha, Kolisha. They think that's funny, but it's really not funny because the parent is the one who gave them the name. They didn't give themselves a name so they can have a. That's just like, okay, that Cardi B, she drinks Bacardi. She couldn't use Bacardi. So she changed it. She put Cardi B. Instead of Cardi, she got Cardi B. Right?
Mm.
Right. So she changed like her sister name is Hennessy, but she Cardi couldn't use it because they can sue her. So she changed it around because her drink of choice is Bacardi. So you can change some stuff, but hold on.
Down to what? Like
Down is still down.
no, it's not. I'm saying it's down, right? But I'm saying he's still making a profit because he probably didn't think it was going to get that high, right? So I agree with you. At the end of the day, people are running the template. But see, this is what I always say about you, Jen. You're an anomaly. Of course, you could do that and blow up, right? You have all the attributes. We said it. Even Love, Course, and Brothers broke down scientifically why you would blow up if that, and people can't emulate that. Whether
I agree, but it's just like I agree, but it's just like any other business, right? There are singers. Chris Brown is bigger than Tyrese.
right.
You know, Tyrese is bigger than what's that? I forgot that boy's name. So yeah, there are levels. So there are levels to it, right? Like, so Kevin Samuels is maybe over a TLA and a Donovan Sharp, but if someone who's a real celebrity starts a page like in the vein of Kevin Samuels, he's going to be bigger than Kevin Samuels. Right. So it's like Nicki Minaj. Why was she so big? Because you gave her 10 years of a rap career where no other women were rapping. That's why she's so gigantic. Who else is out there? So yeah, Kevin Samuels started, but his numbers are going down because his message is redundant. It is boring, and now you have a lot of channels doing it. So I say, give it a couple years, people are going to be at 1 million subs.
Right.
And I got to push back on Jabari. He said it was an accidental. It absolutely was.
No, but that that's based on.
He didn't know that was going to go viral. He didn't plan for that.
Exactly.
He had been doing
that part
to
is
women
true.
for a while, and that one happened to go viral.
I think Jabari is more so referring to, and we're going to go back to the conversation, but I think Jabari is more so referring to the fact that what Harvard Business School considers luck, preparation plus opportunity. The man been doing this for 9 years, and then he finally had opportunity. And you can't say it's accidental because he was doing it for 9 years.
Well, that part
so to say it was accidental is kind of like you're erasing the 9 years he was doing it just to do it.
Right.
That's I don't think I am.
Hold on.
That him going viral was accidental. Now him accumulating numbers.
No, wait, hold on. What did he say the Harvard School motto is? So I don't have to rewind it. Alien.
Okay.
What did he say the Harvard School motto is?
Dang, I was just cleaning up. Dang, what he said.
I ain't rewinding it. That's why I ain't quite rewinding it. because I heard it, but I didn't hear it. But basically, they basically saying, she's saying that he became what he is accidental. He's saying that he put in a, Kevin Kills put in a lot of work. Now, did you hear any of that conversation?
Oh yeah. I do agree. He did put in a lot of work.
Now, I agreed with her, but now I have to agree with him because both both took place. But the thing is, both took place and both of you guys are right. But if he wasn't doing it for a long time, or if he wasn't ready for the viral moment and keep it going, he had to have some practice, and as he said, he been doing that for a while. So even though it happened by accident, he still had to be ready. He had to be prepped for this.
Yeah, either way, right. Right.
That's why I said she right, but he's right too.
Now, what? Why I would say he's more right though, because Kevin sustained, like you said, he sustained it. So it wasn't like it was an overnight thing and then he just disappeared. He sustained it and he still is. So I can't really say it was an overnight thing.
Right,
Yeah,
right, right. Well, that's what sort of I was saying too.
yeah, he sustained it.
But far as it going viral, that wasn't in his plans.
Oh yeah, no.
But he still had to. That's just like me getting a job as a scientist, and I'm not a scientist. I just happen to get picked in. They just picked the letter of me putting the application in. Now, can I do the job? It's the question. He was able to do the job. So, yeah, okay, I agree.
Over 10 years, that's not accidental. That is exactly what you just said. The planning, the prepping, the staying with it, you know what I mean? The being consistent, that's not accidental at all. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying average at best, it literally has a name. That was accidental. Just like Glue Girl, Gorilla Glue Girl, that was accidental.
Oh, okay.
No.
Jen, I'm going to say one thing, and look what I text you. The last part of your interview from Malik Yoba, look what I text you. And then I want you to say the same thing that you said about Kevin 3 months from now.
Wait a minute.
When that shows up. When that portion shows up.
Your own?
Huh? No. Look, before I type that. I don't want anybody. It's going to be between me and you, and I bet you're going to switch up your words, because that's what's going to happen to you when it.
Yeah, but again.
Right? You see what I'm saying? So we gotta
But it's not. You know what I mean? The people decide what goes viral. I don't. I could keep throwing things out there,
and I'm telling you, yeah.
The internet has to catch it. You know what I
And
mean?
they chose Kevin.
Which is true.
Right. Well, they chose that clip. They chose what he was doing to a black woman. Let's be clear.
Right.
Let's be clear. They chose what he was doing to a black woman, and he was in the right outfit. Do you think that he would have went as viral dressed like you?
Absolutely not.
Nope.
Expect men to talk like that. But you throw on a suit and a man automatically looks intelligent.
Right. I got better degrees than him. You're right. Okay. Listen, we want to go back to the conversation, because we don't want to talk about Kevin anymore. That's Kim's uncle. We don't want to do that.
Stop saying that.
That's Kim's uncle.
I don't think it's true. King, I have something to contribute really quickly. When we were talking about, being able to tell women the truth and different things. So I am reading a book, Sisters of the Yam. I don't know if you guys can see it. And it is by our now ancestor, Bell Hooks, who passed a couple weeks ago, maybe a month. And the book really talks a lot about a lot of the trauma and very deep hurt that women have among ourselves. And so to Allie's point, I do think that by and large, the issue that we have, a lot of it can be dulled down. Like the pathology of it can be something on a psychological level, because we
Alien.
Yeah.
Did you catch on that when she was hey Miss Leo, when she did want to speak, do you notice she's the only one that raised her hand or raised the finger?
Wow.
Gotta watch these things.
A lot of times have trauma when it comes to female relationships. And so I think that can impact the way we communicate and the way we do or do not tell the truth to one another. So I think this is a good read. It's definitely helpful and just kind of going on that path, because I think not to dig in the past and not to be a part of the victim Olympics, but I think if we can delve into the pathology of some of the problems we have, then we can get to a
Go
better
ahead,
means for a
sister.
solution.
That's what
And
I
that's a good
say.
segue to the question I had for Allie. One of the five things that she mentioned was intergenerational trauma. She also mentioned that she's not. You didn't say this word, but I'm going to say it. She's not qualified to talk about the trauma within the Black community, even though she was raised by a Black stepfather and had Black.
No.
I could talk about it, but I'm honestly too light skinned. People would find me socially uncouth, even though my brother is Black. I saw him be born, and I brushed his curls, and I loved him because he's my brother. But people are still gonna say that I don't know. But I know that as a Caribbean community,
Yes.
growing up around Black communities as well, because we were living amongst each other, even some Asians up in there, we had similar intergenerational traumas that were common themes.
Right.
And so when I hear Kevin talk, sometimes that's what I see come through. And that's why I do value what he says. Yeah, I know people have opinions and deliveries and things like that, but enough women have acted in the way that he describes them to. When I look at Kevin and what he tells women, I see the intergenerational trauma that happened in my family.
Right.
From my grandmother to my
I don't know what the hell Kevin says. I listen to Kevin a hell of a lot, but I don't know what he's. I still don't know what he's saying.
No, I'm not gonna lie, Kevin. I think he does speak facts. I just think it's too traumatic the way
I,
Kevin does it.
I,
Because Kevin is not a therapist, but he talks
it's
about.
not that. It's not that. It's just that. Remember, Kevin don't have me about that many years, so maybe what he says doesn't sit with me because I've heard what he said before. So it's not like it may be the first. It may be new for some men to have men, but men been speaking out for a long time.
No, the way he does it, nah. No man
No,
has ever spoke out the way he does it. No.
yes, they have, but it has not been televised. Men been hanged for speaking out.
No, because he does it in a therapist
He
kind of
does it the
way.
way a lot of men do it. That's why
No, nah. Kevin is very unique.
I'm telling you, no, he's not.
Nah,
That's why
most men
you're not
before
listening.
Kevin,
Listen to
sugar.
me. It's new to you. I go back half a century. You're not there yet. My child is older than you. What I'm saying is, I'm not saying is what he's saying is right or wrong. I said why it doesn't get to me because I've already heard it time and time again. Now, for somebody who have not heard it time and time again, you can't say what he do is unique because we got somebody that probably did it even better when it wasn't a camera, when you couldn't record. So we don't know who do it better, but as of now, Kevin is taking the reins and doing it better for people who never heard that type of heard. Just like when Tommy Sotomayor first came out, Tommy was doing the same thing, but Tommy have more aggression.
Yeah, nah, it's not the same thing. He's totally different from Kevin. I know who Tommy is.
That's
He's
what I'm
totally
saying
different.
though. But I'm saying Tommy still spoke up for men too, but it's the way they do it. So just like
Yeah.
what Tommy's saying, does nothing to me because I've heard all this before. If I heard men had these conversations,
No, Tommy's just a clown. He's not comparable to Kevin. He's just a
that is
clown.
absolutely correct.
He's
But
not
what I'm
comparable.
saying is the conversations that these men are having, I have heard time and time and time again.
Oh yeah. I see where you're going. Yeah. But I think no, what I did with my research, what I realized is that a lot of men back in the day, they just complained about it more so like what Kevin does and why he's so unique because he more so asks questions and
Yeah,
then
but what is he
examines
gonna
you.
do about anything? He ain't gonna do no more than what they did. But
No, but
okay,
I don't.
you told them something that they already know about themselves. So now what?
But Kevin, even if he wanted to, even if he had enough money, he wouldn't even have enough time to fix most black women.
He can't fix
He
nobody
can't.
because, again, what has happened since he fixed the what is it more marriages since then?
No, but
Is
people's
it
eyes
more
have opened
feminine?
up.
Is it more feminine women now? I mean, did people really say,
That's
you
a
know
good
what?
debate. I don't know. That's a good debate, though.
Is it that go for anything what anybody say? That go for anything, any not just Kevin. See, like I said, Kevin is saying nothing that I have never heard before. But like I put Kevin on here, I try to put some of everybody on here because I know certain things I can't say to a man. Maybe Kevin will help you. I don't know. No, it's not for me. I don't put like videos on here so I can like blow it up.
Wait, hold on
Just
one
like some
second.
people get mad and I put Cynthia up here. And I'm like, why not? I put people.
Cause no, so Cynthia literally she does nothing for the community. Period.
It doesn't matter. Somebody can get something out of her the same way you can get something out of
Out of
Kevin.
what?
Maybe that's how they feel about Kevin, but I'm saying my job as a person who's doing
No,
the
people just
video,
don't. No, people dislike Kevin. They know they can get something out of
it
Kevin. They just
doesn't
dislike him.
matter. The thing is that I put videos out here that I don't have to like them or not. Maybe somebody could get something out of them.
That's
What you don't get out of it, you don't have to. So don't. And this is not even directed towards you because this is directed towards the people who like to come in the chat and be like, "Well, anybody believe that person? All of y'all dumb." No, you ain't gonna come in disrespecting my chat because when I put who you like on here and topics that you like, then we good. But then that means I'm not serving some of my other people in my chat. I gotta serve them too.
right. I
So,
agree.
so I have to put things up there that they may like. Now, if it's containing dealing with like mental cases, then I'm gonna speak on it. Like Nature Boy, I can speak on forever. I know about narcissism. I know about this. I know about that. That's when I would like really give my opinion. And I would still give my opinion on both. But don't tell me because you like this person, I can't put this person up on there. And then you coming in a damn classroom, which I hate with a passion. They come to the classroom all fucking late, and now they want to give an opinion. Now that we don't want to hear it. Shit, we be trying to wrap up, and now here they come with the opinion. And they ain't see none of the video. Oh God.
My mother, my aunts, and then down to me, where I was at risk of dying childless and alone. That's why I like what he has to say. I know it's not popular.
Damn, childless and alone.
Right, but you know what I want to say.
And that's not what I would want. If it was a choice, that's different. Okay, Jen, I had no prospects, girl. I was drowning. All right.
Right. So what I would say is that everybody has a spokesman, right? And I think whether the internet, whether the trolls or whatever, they picked him, right? And he's the spokesman now. I believe at some point, of course, everybody has their waves. Everybody ends up plateauing. That's everybody. Next year, Jen will be the biggest. 5 years later, she will plateau. That's everybody. So everybody numbers eventually is going to go down. I'm going to be the biggest this year. I might plateau next year. Ali, Kim, the same thing. And Darrell Long, who's coming up soon, it's the same thing, right?
I'm my other business though.
Yeah, right. And we don't know what he does on the side, but what I do know in regards to intergenerational trauma, there's a big issue in regards to women selecting their mates.
Buddy. Yes.
Right. Kim and this is not the first time Kim said this. This has been the undertone of many of Kim's comments. That intergenerational trauma, and I remember Kim said it too. We can't compare our community to other communities because of that. And we can't vet men because of that. And we can't say that we are strong enough to forget about that intergenerational trauma so we could pick the right man. So with that being said, can I safely say it's a lost cause?
You asking all of us?
All of every.
Yeah, but in a similar question, because you already know women are not, we're not going backwards, right? So what do you see? Where do you see the state of the black woman and black man alien blood? Shallow. I'm gonna fire both of y'all.
Everybody.
No, it's never lost.
It's not a lost cause for people who have self-determinism, but it is a lost cause, as you can see, for millions and millions, and we witness it online. It is a lost cause. These people are in denial about how dysfunctional they are. They have zero to no accountability whatsoever. You know, life happens to them. They control nothing, and that's the majority of people. So yeah, for those people, there is no hope. But things are changing, right? And people are realizing, and there are a lot more resources now. Like Ali says, oh, Kevin was the light for me, but there have been self-help books since the cave era.
Thank you.
There are women who uplift
Thank
women.
You
know what I mean? Decades and decades and decades. I mean, we had a Yana Van Zant saying, hey, not on my watch. This is what's wrong with you. Don't treat your family like that. So this has been going on forever. Kevin is just the trending thing. In 5 years, no one's gonna be thinking about that man or his dingy suit. I promise you. Mark my words, it's gonna be another trend because this, I'm telling you, YouTube is the new church. We don't really go to church like we used to. We sign up here and we sign in with our preachers, whether it's Kevin, TLA, Donovan Sharp, King. You know what I mean? It's like whoever resonates with us, that is where we hang out. And we used to do that in church collectively.
Well, can I get some super chats so I get a new suit? Thank you.
Yeah, we have the collection plate.
Right.
People understand how similar it is to church. We all congregate here, depending on what, some people like TD Jakes. Some people like Creflo Dollar, if he's still around. Some people like I forgot the white guy's name. Right. You know, it depends, right? So I'm like, he's just a mega church preacher that's popping right now, right? They were all popping at some point, but the self-help stuff, the epiphany books, that's been going on. Kevin is just trending, and it's like, oh, let me say Kevin. Kevin woke me up. Really? Like, women have been waking women up for decades.
Right. So I want to say, Ali, what do you feel about intergenerational trauma and is it a lost cause? But one thing I noticed that you said is that you did the mental inventory. Mm-hmm. You did the self-work. Right? And I don't know if you said that Kevin was the reason, because in the beginning, when I started, I said you grabbed the gems from what he said and applied it to your life. Right. So
yes and no. Yeah, yes and no. So I'm a person that exercises discernment. Kevin is not my only source of self-help. I mean, there's so much out there. I'm a huge fan of Jordan Peterson. I got yelled at by a communist for that one. I have lots of areas where I delve into. I love philosophy. I love history. I just look at past, previous great leaders. And that's where I get my cues from. So it wasn't that, Kevin was like, the light bulb moment for me was three generations of women in my family were messed up. So what needs to change for the fourth, right? That was where I was like, oh no, like this can't be my life. And I want to go back to like single and childless, and Jen says, oh no, right? I get that, but are most single and childless women living their full lives? If you are out there and you are really doing your best version of yourself and you're succeeding in business,
I want some stew.
You're doing it. You don't say you're going to do it and then you casually get around to it. You apply for the PhD program. You're in the Amazon rainforest and you're studying these tree frogs. That's a full life. That's a full woman who is doing what's going to make her happy. But what do most single and childless women do? Make other women around them miserable after they get past like 40. I've met happy ones. It's not most of them. That's just my experience. Y'all might have had your own different experience. I lived in the Midwest, living in the East Coast, New York, Florida. That's what I've seen.
You know what? Ali, I don't want to admit to this because I don't like the way it sounded, but I ain't going front. When a woman don't have what she wants by the age of 40 and up, she's miserable. She's mean.
The DMV. It's the DMV. All right.
I can't front. Like if you really want to be around negative energy, be around a woman that didn't get what she wanted. I'm not just talking about a man. I'm talking about career. I'm talking about everything, right? They are so mean and critical.
Or the men in Kevin Samuels' chat. Or the men at that age who are single, okay, in Kevin Samuels' chat. It is the same.
But then here's the difference.
They're hateful, they're bitter.
Yeah, you're right. But here's the difference, Jen. This is the big difference. And you
have a penis and we don't.
No. Here's the big difference. The men that please don't persecute me. The men that are bitter in Kevin Samuels' chat and the red pill, in their mind, if they get the money that they want in life, their life changes. The woman who are the woman no matter how much money you get, if you're not desirable by men, you're not gonna get the man you want. Unless that man's a gigolo. Do you really want that?
But to your point, King, you just said a key factor, in their mind. And in their mind and in YouTube doesn't always translate to the outside, because I've said this as well. I think self-development goes for both, because I think now the message to men is to build your wealth and get money and get the bag, which is great because that's what we want, right? But we also want well-developed people too. So I don't think you should forsake the personal work because you are doing the work to be financially sound. I mean, that's almost telling women you're going to school and you're not developing yourself as a person, so that's a problem. I think as well, to create the balance, that we can tell men the same thing. Yes, please attain, the financial status that you want. That's helpful, but don't forsake the personal work. Because some of those guys that are on his channel, a lot of them don't have the money they say they have, but some of the ones that do, they're still miserable people. They don't have communication skills. They don't have personalities. They don't have hobbies. They don't know what to say to women, and they're not getting the outcomes, and then it becomes the women's problem. So I think that it needs to be some personal balance there as well. I think the same principle applies. We just have to apply it both ways.
Okay. We have Darrell, any comments before we go to the next?
Yeah, I'm not going to be up here for that long, probably 15 minutes at most. I agree with what Ali and Jen and Kim is saying to a certain degree, right? What Ali was saying about the weight, dead on. What she was saying about feminism and how it makes women feel like they need to be served and men like they.
You're freezing up. Darrell? Is that me or he froze up?
See, Kevin got better Wi-Fi.
Yo, he's so.
I'm a clown. I'm sorry, guys.
Is it freezing up again?
No, it's just you and your avatar.
Oh, yeah. I cut the camera off because I wanted to make sure it's clear.
Okay, say what you were saying. I'm sorry.
No, it's good. Ali, you funny too.
Thank you.
But no, it's like what Ali was saying was correct. You know what I'm saying about men and women with a certain weight. Men, the whole feminist idea being pushed on people and the ramifications of it being women want to be served but not servers, and men feeling like they only need to serve. I think that was right too. But also what Jen is saying about Kevin Samuels and his followers, she's been right about that since the chaotic days, right? She's been dead spot on about that, because how many dudes come up online and say, and women for that matter, say, I have this, I have that. And then you break down, like you pull one little fucking rapper back,
right,
and everything, just falls apart because they're not who they say they are. And Ali, I just got a new place, new Wi-Fi. So,
right.
So,
no, I was just playing.
No,
you got a real good radio voice. It's very, very smooth. If I was not engaged, I would tell you it's a sexy voice. But
right.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Ali.
Don't tell the real that he's an animal. Yeah.
I'm chilling now. But I want to say, like, I love the panel right now. I'm probably gonna get out of here because the Wi-Fi fucked up. I need to get an Ethernet cable and shit.
Okay.
But I love the panel. I love what you're talking about, Ali, Jen, Cam, and you, King. Just keep it up, and thank you guys. Peace.
Thank you, a blessing, brother. Thank you. So what I really want to say is that, Ali, we know you're not his lawyer. We know you. We're not here to, you're not here to defend him. We want to talk about your principles. We want to talk about Ali's principles, and we want to make sure that we find out, okay, do we in the garden approve of it or we don't approve of it, right? So I want to ask Ali one thing, and she said.
Can I say something before you ask her a question?
Yeah.
Ali came on here to speak about who?
She came to talk about why modern day women are not getting married.
Okay, but you said that she came to talk about who?
She didn't come to talk about anybody but her principles.
No, but didn't you say something about Kevin Samuels? Why?
No, I told you to look at the video where she introduced Kevin Samuel and then her fiance came on. That's what I said.
Yes.
Because that was the basis of the fact that why I like what she said, because her husband was like, hey, I built myself up, and that's what attracted her, because her cousin.
That's how the conversation started, right? She gave some of Kevin Samuels' talking points, right?
I don't.
Oh, Jen, those are my talking points.
I didn't know that. I didn't say that.
I have my own perspectives. I do play around on YouTube, don't get me wrong, but your girl, I get indoctrinated. I go to college. I know what a machine it is. I'm very hip to if someone's trying to convince me to think in a certain way. I got a bunch of different variations here. We actually would agree on a lot more points if we.
I'm just asking because we have, and I love pointing out the clowns. Somebody named Timothy said, Jen, you obsessed with Kevin Samuels. Why? No one's
okay.
Okay. I was like, I didn't bring any smoke. I think Jen is fine. I don't understand.
No, girl, I have smoke, but I'm like, sometimes these idiots, these minions come on here to defend their cyber daddy, and we get a lot of this, right? I'm not obsessed with anybody, you know what I'm saying? And I'm from New York. I don't knock a hustle. Kevin has a hell of a hustle. So salute to him and all the money he's making, but we get his sons in these chats defending their cyber daddy. No one's coming for your cyber daddy, Timothy. It's okay. Yeah. But you really should be in his chat, not here. Why are you here? This is what I don't get.
Well, my question is, why are you typing? Why aren't you working? Why aren't you building yourself? Because my man got me at 50 because he worked very hard. I am talking about this dude was a janitor, worked at an ice factory, joined the military, undersea mechanic. And then all of a sudden, I show up like it's not a mistake. It's not an accident. So I find a lot of these guys out here complaining on the internet. That's probably not conducive to their life. But I want to talk about two things. Is that that's okay with you, King? Can I talk about two things real quick?
Absolutely. And before you say, let me say one thing. Yeah. And I'm glad you brought that up, Jen. It threw me off a little, like what's going on? But then you put it back together. But I want to say, I was like, but I lead. I brought you up here because I believe, and everybody knows I'm a good scout of talent. And I believe that it's your principles, it's your doctrines that are going to be talked about in the next wave. You are the paradigm shift and everybody on this panel, all you women are the paradigm shift, right? And people are going to be talking about your principles and dissecting it and unpacking it. And I want to be one of the first people to unpack your principles. And that's why I have critical thinkers like Jen up here, critical thinkers like Kim up there, to have these conversations, hard conversations, and challenge you so we can know. So we, like, as a scientist, anthropologist, we want to falsify it. And once we can't falsify it, then we know it to be the fact, right? So that's all. So please don't feel like, anything, but that's what we become very critical. So the two things you want to talk to us about, please.
Well, I want to talk about the myth of the incel. Just so that everyone knows, it's always been stiff competition for men. Most men don't reproduce. If you want to go down to the Neolithic, 1 in 13 men reproduce. So I don't care about your sexual frustrations in modernity. I don't care if men are upset that women are hypergamous. Do the work, you will get results. It's plain, it's simple. The thing is that these incels have keyboards and Wi-Fi now. Before, you didn't hear from them. They were working all the time. I'm talking 1500s, 1800s, things like that. But now they have a voice. And that's where a lot of that toxicity is coming from. And then I also want to kind of touch on the fact that only 18% of households right now in the United States are nuclear. So marriage, in my opinion, is a dying model. I do understand it is the number one cut and dry factor of a better outcome for children. But it is sort of becoming,
I don't like sneeze all on.
No, it's okay. But it is kind of not for the average person anymore, marriage. I think you have to be worth something these days in order to be married because it's a minority of people.
Right.
So those are some of my principles, some of my beliefs, but you wanted to pick my brain.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to pick your brain because, you're not one of those people saying something and didn't get results. Right. That's why I say you might be better than that other person. Let's not say his name, but you're better than the other person because you have results. You have results. And like Jen, she has results. She says, I'm not looking for it, but I keep myself in the best shape ever. I've worked on myself and I have options. Her thing is I have options, so whenever I want to, I can. Kim,
like Kim said, I do this for me because
right.
I don't want to be, you know, I don't want to have osteoporosis and arthritis, and I do this for me.
Right.
And then if I want someone to partner with me while I'm doing this for me, then I can do that.
But even with that being said, she's an anomaly. Most women think like Ali, right? The majority won't think like you, Ali, because they want the result. Because Ali, can I keep it real with you? Can I keep it real?
Go ahead. Yeah.
When you did this in one of your videos, with your left hand, when you.
Oh yes. Oh yes. Right. It works. I got a man. Sorry.
Right. Ali, you know that's flexing. That's flexing. Not only that. No, hold on.
Yeah. What she did to Beyonce?
Yeah, that's also flexing, but that's accomplishment. Right?
Yeah, I worked hard for that. I would be proud to be MRS. That's what I want.
That's what. So that's why. And most women, whether they've been socialized, whether it's socialization, because we all know about the diamonds, the Disney story, the narrative. We know about that, but it is a reality, right? And guess what? You're accomplished. No one cares about your degree in anthropology. When they see this, they want to talk to you. And I hate to say it.
No, it's okay. I ain't using that degree anyway. I'm about to have some babies or something. It's fine.
I know, like, let me tell you why. Jimmy can say amen, but Kim, let's be honest. Kim, I asked you one time. I said, is there a hierarchy between baby mother and ex-wife? And you said yes.
It is.
Hold on. Let me cook right now. So, as we know, that is an accomplishment because there is a caste system amongst women for baby moms and ex-wives. So that has to be this has to be an accomplishment.
I get grilled for this now. I have women DMing me talking about he's going to leave me tomorrow. You ain't been to the courthouse. You're not legally married. You're lying to people. So I get heat for it now. Women judge, and we know because our girlfriends, they will talk about other women behind closed doors, and then you're going to coffee, all three of them, you're like, I thought you hated Trisha. Like, what is this? When did y'all get cool? Clue me in. Or are you kind of not that nice of a person? So you're right, King. There is a difference. That's why I tell women too. It's the same thing. It's going to be a lot different for men. But when I talk to women about looking for prospects in men, a lot of women, I don't want him if he has a kid. I'm saying, wait a minute. If he's divorced, we know women file 80% of divorces. Maybe she was ungrateful. Maybe this is a guy because he's proven that he's willing to commit, right? And if he has enough resources to go around and he's not paying alimony and it's an amicable divorce, why isn't that a candidate? It's just different areas and avenues to consider. Okay, social hierarchy.
Right. Okay. So can we break that down and let's be raw. Let's be spicy. Because everybody talks about the pretty privilege, which is a hierarchy. How women get treated based on how they look. Let's not play. But let's talk about how women get treated when they have a man in their life. Let's talk about that caste system. And let's talk about how modern women are allegedly, because I don't subscribe to anything. I'm king. I make rules. I don't subscribe to anything. Is that caste system real? And can you give me an example of that?
It's absolutely real, King. So I'm going to talk a little bit more about my personal life than I probably ever have, but I'm only doing it because it contributes to the conversation. I'll say this, I am a mom, and it's very interesting because I will be out with my kids and my daughters. And it's so funny because people will like randomly stop and be like, oh, your daughters are beautiful, or oh, look at your daughters, or do you have all girls, whatever. And it's so funny because like there was a time where I did wear a ring. And so when I had my ring on, then it was more so like, oh, you have a great family. If I'm not wearing it, then people are like, I mean, I've literally had people tell me, oh my gosh, you're so strong to be a single mom. How do you And I'm thinking, and no offense to single mothers at all, but I'm like, they didn't get here alone. And I'm like, their father is not with us because it's the middle of the day. He's at work. You know what I'm saying? But it's interesting. And so from like a social perspective, you definitely do get different, I don't want to say outcomes because that's just social interaction that doesn't affect my life. But I do feel that people look at you and treat you in a specific way if they see a specific thing that they think represent you. Now, my life and things are kind of turning in a different direction. So these conversations are especially important to me because some of those questions in the future, maybe I am going to get, and people are going to have some, further questions about that. But, from a social perspective, being a wife trumps being an ex-wife, and being an ex-wife trumps being a baby mama. And this is social. And I'm not talking about people's value. I'm not talking about anything else other than, I'm just talking about strictly socially, like people are going to treat you different based on that. Some people who don't know you. And I mean, I'm not going to say it is what it is because I don't think it's right, but it is where we are now. Like,
all right,
that's
before anybody answers, please get the likes up. I told you I didn't want to go back to old King asking for likes. Y'all know better. We monetized now. We good now. I'm paid. I get my little 500 check from YouTube. I'm happy. You feel me? It doesn't change me. I'm still in a duplex in New York City. I'm living good. You know what I mean? Everything is everything. Remember, I'm not the other guys. I had the Rolly before I had YouTube. I was a high value before YouTube. Just letting you know, I traveled 40 countries before YouTube. But please get the likes up because that's called virtual currency. And that's how you show appreciation for everybody taking time out to come and give their knowledge and their wealth of knowledge. So please show virtual currency. Give us some. You don't have to give me cash apps or super chats. I'm lying. I want everything. So Ali and then Jen at the end. But Ali, what is this caste system that I'm talking about and how you get treated? Because I feel like it's like I talked about not yesterday, but Monday with Kim. Taxation. There's levels to taxation, right? There's marriage filed jointly. There's single. There's head of household. Then there's single, and then there's marriage filed separately. From the top to the bottom depends how much tax credits you get. In regards to socialization, how are women treated based on when people can identify them with someone else?
So women are going to get treated, people are going to get treated in the most cognitively easy way to interpret them. And that's going to be stereotypes. People don't mean to be rude, not consider your personal things. It's just, that's kind of how life is. So what Kim is talking about, it is, people should not judge you based on how you look, but they do. And I know this, so how should I act accordingly? But if you want to know what the hierarchy is, and these things are probably going to be religious in foundation. In the West, you'll have to look at Christianity, and then in the East, you can look at probably culture because Buddhism is pretty non-gendered. You can look at Hinduism. So you're going to see common trends about what it is to be the highest woman. Well, the highest woman is typically going to be pure when she's married. She's going to be a virgin, and then she's going to have children, and there's not much question on paternity. And then after that, it can be a divorced woman and ex-wife, maybe, but then her continent character is going to come into play because people are going to want to know, how did you handle that divorce? Did you rob him? Were you a good person? Did you forsake your children for your selfish needs because you were mad at him? What is the two sides of the story? And then you'll have a childless woman. That's going to be your baseline, your girl, until she gets to probably 35. And I'm not saying these things are right and they're not concrete. They just are. This is what I've observed. And then below that, sadly, unfortunately, would be a baby mama. But I think it gets worse. How many kids you have and how many fathers you have. I think that is the structure that I've seen in the West. That's what I think.
Okay, so that is kind of true. So you're saying that, and there's exceptions to the rules, but men do look at women that way, or treat them a certain way because of it.
Do they treat them a certain way? No, because the goal, if a man is talking to a woman that he's not serious about, like, let's say this dude is just trying to get something for the evening. He's not really going to be honest with her on how he views her as a single mother of two children from two different fathers. He's going in for the objective, and the objective is the cookie. Some men aren't really that transparent on how they treat women. I think that's a problem with modern men. If you don't like me, don't sleep with me. Right? Let's just have common courtesy. What kind of human being is going to have sex with someone they don't like? That's crazy. Get out of my face. But men are doing it because apparently it's better than a hand. I don't agree.
I'm guilty. I did it in my past.
It happens.
I did it in my past. I'm not gonna lie. And I think women do that too, right?
Oh yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
They do that too. So it's I don't know. Can I ask the question? Can I ask the real question before Jen answers her turn? To everybody? To everybody. And y'all all been married. And two of you have been divorced, Ali and Jen. Do women appear wiser when they get married?
Somehow, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I know it's a weird, crazy question, but do women walk up to you like, yo, how did like they do y'all feel like it's like that sense of accomplishment or they come up to you like, how did you do it? Or
I get what you're saying.
Do you get what I'm saying? Like
Yeah,
I feel
I
like
I understand what you're saying. I'll let the come to me last. Come to me last.
Okay. Do you all get what I'm saying? Because
I get what you're saying. I think that we are conditioned to feel wiser and accomplished, right? And to answer your question before, patriarchy and misogyny and women folding under that pressure has carried on for centuries. I keep it very, very simple. Short. That's the short answer. And women weaponize their ring. Like, she ain't even married, girl. What does she know? Because it's important to them that some man took her from a street corner and decided, I'm going to put a ring on you. Here's your award for having a vagina. And women take that seriously. To me, it's like a book. It's like, what does it really mean? You and some guy locked in together, but what does it really mean in the grand scheme? What is the real accomplishment, right? In my opinion. What can you buy with this marriage? How are you going to change society with this marriage? To me, it's a ring. It's a ring, but we've been conditioned to think if a man wants you and he puts a ring on that finger, girl, you must be special. When people get married for so many different reasons. So I think it's just women folding under, again, a very patriarchal society. Like, well, men said I'll be important if you put a ring on my finger. Bling, I am important. I've even seen it like in public spaces where someone says, hey, Miss Garcia, it's Mrs. Well, okay, like, I'm sorry. Like, they take it very, very seriously. So yeah, we're conditioned to think that, oh, you must be wiser or smarter or better than that woman because she didn't get a ring. And that woman may be damn well better than you in 100 different ways. Okay, the guy you're with just decided, okay, me and you forever. You're my people. I'm your people. Great, let's go get married. So it doesn't mean anything unless you know these people personally. It's a ring at the end of the day, but it's made to mean so much in our society, just like a diamond. You don't have to get married with a diamond, but they told us a diamond is the best way to show commitment, right? A diamond is forever. Therefore, you and the man will be forever. So we're like hamsters I call it like human hamsters on a wheel. And whatever the generation before had you believe, you do it. It's generational. And then you pass it down to your daughter. It's really important if you get married that she passes down to her daughter. And then you'll see another generation of people, excuse me, it's Mrs. It's not Miss. Right? So we're just like hamsters on a wheel doing what them people back there did. My opinion.
Okay.
So Jen, I think you have a great point. But I think it really depends on like the meaning that you assign to it. So now we know religion and some cultural beliefs that kind of assigns a meaning to marriage. But I think as individuals, as a couple, you can assign your own meaning. Now, if we look at the reasons and the motivation behind it, I mean, I think the statistics support the fact that children that are born from a union versus children that are born to single parents tend to have different outcomes. The kids born from the union tend to have better, or what we would look at as more favorable outcomes. Then I think, again, that goes back to the meaning. Like, what is the meaning behind it? Does it mean something just singularly by itself? Not really. It means something socially, but like on a conceptual level, not much. But if you look at like the meaning that either you assign to it, or your religion assigns to it, or your outcomes or your legacy assigns to it, I think is very powerful and it means something. It just depends on the people. What I really think is happening is that there are people who don't understand the meaning that they want to assign to it. They don't have any really reason for it outside of that pressure, and they're flocking to marriage. And I'm not saying that they're giving it a bad name, but I'm saying that they're kind of making us look at it in a different light, so to speak, because I do think it's meaning there. It just depends on like, are you tapped into it? And like, what is your true intention? Just like everything we do in life, right? Like, what is your true intention behind doing this thing with this person?
Okay, so I agree with you 110%. I think children should have a 2-parent home. But on the subject of marriage, I still feel how I feel because when we meet married people, or when they don't say, I have a 2-parent home, my man and I are raising a child, I got a ring, girl, it's Mrs. Like, the emphasis is put on the act and not why you're doing it. So I agree with you, there should be 2 parents in the home. I will never, go against that. That is the best way. Shout out to single mothers and single fathers. I know it's hard, but it's better with 2 people, right? So Jabari, I got to push back on you. It's not much more than a ring to a lot of people. People are spending hundreds and thousands of dollars on weddings. So don't tell me it's much more than the ring, when more than likely it's not. People are like, well, how much are you spending on your wedding? Who did who's doing the catering? Like, are you going to have a band or not? So I do agree 2-parent home is the best thing, but come on, it's like, what are we thinking about when we're doing that? When we're listening to Beyonce, it's like and the emphasis is put on now the woman is worthy.
Right.
You notice there's no emphasis on the man. Oh wow, a woman put a ring on your finger. So that's the issue I have with it. It's still patriarchal, right? Woman looks at a man and be like, oh, somebody put a ring on your finger, you must be special.
Right.
So it's the idea that the man is already more special than the woman.
Right.
Because that goes to what we said last night about the men controlling the access. And to our point last night, right? It's a joint conversation. These men are just not going in cold, not knowing how a woman feels about marriage and getting down on one knee. There's been conversation. So yeah, Jen, I completely understand.
Well, I want to go with what Ali said, because I remember last night we talked about that, and I was like, I don't know. I still think men control access to marriage, right? That's what I said. But y'all made some valid points. But Ali said, this is a male-dominated world. So if you know the rules, then this is the rules to you accomplishing your goals, right? Like, you can't get to Harvard doing what you want to do. You got to do what's required to get what you want out of Harvard, right? So we can't fault women for working within the confinements of society to get what they want. Now, you have women that want to change it, and that's cool. We need radicals like that to change the socialization, but we can't condemn women who want to follow the rules that's already set. That's what they want to do, right? So that's where I lean. Like, I don't want, like, just like I don't like how that Kim's uncle talks about certain women and talks about men that don't make a lot of money, right? But I also don't think we should talk down on women that basically like, hey, why do you need validation from men? Because I want to. That's what I like. You feel me? We should just be accepting of that. That's why I like that we can have these conversations and no one feels disrespected because we give our own perspective. That's why I really do believe that my channel is great, because we're having a real tough conversation, and it's the first time no one's putting emotions into it, right? We have passion. There's passion, but there's no emotion, right? So Ali, you said you wanted to finish this.
Can I say something to Ali? I think she's great and she'll make a lot of money on this platform, because there are a lot of women who want to get married. So I think if you want to get married, you should listen to somebody who got married, especially if you don't know. You don't have your own devices. You're like, I don't know, I'm trying to get married. Then Ali is perfect for you. And I'm not condemning women that want to live and serve for a man. I'm just saying you are perpetuating patriarchy when you put so much emphasis on your value being, did someone put a ring on you? I will say that you are perpetuating that. You are. You absolutely are.
Right. But I could also say, Ali, you say you wanted to finish it up, but let me just say something in regards to the ring. I don't know if it's perpetuating. I think the ring is a symbol of you being one of the requirements of you showing that you're a qualified husband. Because one of the symbolic requirements is a symbolism, right? So provider, protection. That ring, the original meaning of that ring was if your husband died, you could pawn that ring and survive, or if he ran away. It was something, it's like a dowry. It was like a westernized civilization dowry, right?
Dowry, bride price. Yes, I understand.
Right, you get what I'm saying? So it was a symbolic thing of saying I'm a provider. You feel me? So that's what I think it was. But you're right in the fact that women, and the funny thing is it's patriarchal, but most of the stuff that condemn women is caused by women. Isn't
Yes. Yes.
So like, I don't know. I don't think we should be using the word patriarchal, misogynistic. I think we should force something else because it's women that's doing it to women. I'm telling you.
Yeah, but it's women folding under the pressure of patriarchy. It's women folding under the pressure of patriarchy, but it's patriarchy at the top.
Okay.
But it's women saying, "Well, I want to be wanted and I want to be chosen. So let me just, adhere to everything that the patriarchal society is saying, because how can I survive if I'm not one of these women that's wanted by a patriarchal society?"
Right.
So,
They could go out there and they could work hard for it. They just statistically don't.
Women perpetuate what's already in the system. Women perpetuate it.
All right, so Ali, finish up what you was going to say, then we're going to go to Jay Brian Jabari. Thank you so much for the generous donation. Because of that donation, I'm going to buy a G-Wagon. Thank you. So
I try not to subscribe to any kind of patriarchy, matriarchy, things like that, because I think it gets really convoluted, and I think some of these principles are more so from white feminism, and I don't think white feminism is really conducive to minority communities. Margaret Sanger was a eugenicist, and Susan B. Anthony did not care about the Black woman's vote. I don't trust these broads. Yeah, go ahead.
Margaret Sanger, she built the first abortion clinic in my hood, Brownsville, New York, Brownsville, Brooklyn.
Imagine that. Why would they put an abortion clinic if they wanted to help the community? What's wrong with that?
Brownsville, Brooklyn was predominantly Jewish, and she had issues with them. That's crazy.
It gets better. Okay.
It gets better. So I'm sorry, I had to drop that up. Give a shout out to Brownsville, Brooklyn. Go ahead.
Right. So when I think about the patriarchy, I think it gets confused with tyranny. A bad leader is a bad leader. A good patriarchal leader. That's how I got my iPhone. All right, that's how I got the air conditioning. That's how I have electricity, plumbing. Like, there's good patriarch. I want a patriarch to be in my family. Can I be a matriarch if need be? Sure, but I want my man to lead my household, and I think that's okay. And I don't think that's folding, and I don't think it's like I want to be chosen, although I do. I think it's fine if a woman wants to be selected by a man for marriage. I think also a woman has to want that man too. And I'm not saying one gets to pick the other, because I went up to my man. I went up to him. I said, I think you look good. All right. So, you can take control in every different way that you want, but I don't try to entertain patriarchy that much, because it just gets really convoluted, because I don't feel oppressed as a woman. I've done it all. I've served in the military. I've gotten a college education. I've gone from, being disabled, not being disabled, surviving child abuse. I don't feel oppressed, and I don't want people to tell me that I am less capable because I am a woman outside of biology. That's just my take on patriarchy. I understand why some women really find it to be important to address that head on, because, if you're feeling oppressed, you're going to push back, and you should push back if you're feeling oppressed, right? But we also need to evaluate, am I taking this too hard? Everyone's different. Those are just some of my beliefs when it comes to feminism. And, even before I was engaged, before I was married, I never subscribed to feminism because it seemed like some upper middle class white female type concerns. I was worried about what's going on in my home. I'm not going to sit here and try to fight for the power. Like, what power? I have everything I could want. That's my perspective. I think feminism is needed in places where women don't have access to birth control, don't have access to healthcare, and in cases of really severe things, don't have access to abortion either, because some women really do need that. I mean, let's be real. Like, they need feminism. I think in the West we got it. I think right now we're at an overcorrection, that is being responded by men with, we're not getting married anymore. That's why the marriage rates are going down. Men aren't saying yes. That's what I think. Take it with a grain of salt. I'm just a lady.
Wait,
okay, so Ali,
I'm sorry. Jabari, you have something to say before? You have something to say for that, or can Kim drop what she's going to say real quick?
Well, I was going to say something like that, but no, Kim can definitely make her point.
Thanks for being a gentleman.
Sorry, I appreciate that. So no, I was just really going to say, Ali, to address some of what you said, there is some agreement there in the fact that feminism, kind of in the form that we got it, did not serve or does not serve Black women. So then you have people who came out with like the womanist movement, and there's a lot of Black feminist movements and literature. I think Alice Walker and different people along that path as well. But I think you really made a good point. And I think like the crux, like the foundation of feminism is to have the choice. and not like staying at home is wrong and raising your kids is wrong, or going out and working is wrong and not selecting anything or selecting a man is wrong. It's just having the choice to do so. And so I do think that at that basic level, it did serve us very well, because again, there was a lot of social pushback and stigmatism on women doing some things that they had to do. And it's different in the Black community because Black women have always been among the working class. There were points in time in history where there were some stay-at-home moms that were Black, but I mean, think, slavery, sharecropper, Jim Crow, women were always working. So I think we have a particularly different experience with that because we have always been a part of the working class. But again, I think just the foundational parts of feminism that have helped us say, woman, you have a choice. What do you want to do? I think that's helpful. But then also to your point, okay, what do you want to do? And then how is that going to yield the outcomes that you want? Because many times I think in the overcorrection that you're speaking of, we are acting in one way and wanting a different outcome, and that outcome does not support what we're doing and what we're pouring into whatever it is we say we want. I mean, nowadays it's taboo to say, I want a man, I like men, I think men are awesome, So I think like that's the overcorrection of it. So we've got to get more to like a very balanced place. So Jabari, thank you for letting me give my 2 cents. I appreciate it. You are a guest on the panel. We've been up here running our mouth. So thank you so much for that.
I think men are amazing.
No, don't say it, Jen, because me, Allie, and Jabari about to jump you right now.
I'm in Kansas. I ain't coming for nobody, and I'm definitely Jen from the block. I'm not doing
right
that.
That's my girl. Jen got it.
You can't ignore patriarchy and say, "Hey, I don't believe in it because I have everything I want." Because I mean, there are states where abortion is illegal, so we have to be careful about ignoring it because we live in a state where we can get an abortion. So it's very much exists, and that's black, white, yellow, green, blue. If you're in that state, it is illegal to get an abortion.
So Jabari?
Okay, as usual, I have a few things. I want to be succinct with it though. First of all, go Dogs. Wrong side. Go Dogs.
Oh yeah, they won.
Go Dogs.
First thing.
Yeah.
Now, I have a few issues, and let me preface this with, I'm not married. And I'm one of those guys that are happily unmarried and happily never married. Let's start with that. Before I start the diatribe.
I'm getting married this year, though.
Marriage rates. Let's start with marriage rates. A big part of why marriage rates are going down is because marriage has become a singular thing between you and you. Marriage isn't about families. If you go back as far as civilization, your family helped you choose your spouse. Yes. That way you eliminated a lot of the bad decisions that puppy love or that infatuation caused. Your family was able to sit back and say, Jen, your personality, that's not going to work with him. I'm telling you, run. Right. And we say that we're talking about the men selecting women. Once again, when we go back traditionally, men were selected at the same level that women were, because your family was not going to allow you to marry someone who could not provide. We talk about the roles in men and women. If you were not a provider, nobody was going to let you marry their sister, their wife. I'm sorry, their sister, their daughter, their even their cousins. People just did not allow that. Right. Another thing about the institution of marriage, the point of it, I think we get caught up confusing this modern enhanced boyfriend girlfriend thing that we call marriage now, the piece of paper, with the institution of marriage. The institution of marriage predates the United States, Rome, Greece, any of that. We have marriages as far back as we have civilizations. There were marriages in ancient Sumer, which was either the first city or one of the first cities. So the institution of marriage goes all the way back. There's a reason why something lasts 11,000 years. And it's not just the patriarchy. Wow. It's the way that we maintain families. It's the way that we show that bond, that blood bond that's passed from generation to generation. Yeah. That's the way we passed wealth. Wealth was passed through your bloodline. Not through just your children, it was through your bloodline. You wanted your children to inherit, which is why in some societies, adultery, male or female, was a crime. It was a crime to cheat on your wife and produce a baby outside of marriage, including ancient Rome.
Facts.
Not a lot of people know that, including ancient Rome. That was a crime because you disrupted the inheritance. The family served a structure. Also, when we talk about marriage in the Western world, the first thing that most emancipated slaves did was get married. That was one of the first things they did, and they did it because not allowing people to marry was a way to dehumanize them. They said animals don't get married, humans get married. So the first thing that slaves did when they gained their emancipation was marry their partner. See how we changed that up from partner to wife, from partner to husband. It's important that we don't conflate what we see in the West today with the institution of marriages still in the rest of the world. Let's just be honest. Once you leave Europe and the United States, marriage rates are pretty much the same. They're pretty much the same as they've been. Their divorce rates are far lower than ours. Far lower than ours. That's just the facts. You can't get around what the facts are. And we conflate a lot of our issues with the society we live in. And we think that this society that we live in, which even if you put Europe with us, we only constitute about, what is it? Between all of the West, about 15% of the population of the world, maybe 20% of the population of the world. We think that this is the world. And we think that this is how the world always has been, and it's not. And when we talk about the patriarchy, I appreciate you saying that you appreciate the patriarchy, because the patriarchy is important. It is important. Jen, you grew up in a family with a strong father that shaped your personality. That is, by definition, the patriarchy, having a man at the head of the house. Wow. That is a good thing. That is something that builds civilizations. Wow. That is something that you can directly tie to the denigration of the Black community. And it's what's beginning to happen in other minority communities. You take the man out of the house. You remove this so-called patriarchy, because while they scream about the patriarchy in non-minority communities, and we know who's left over when I say that, they're trying to get married. They're rushing to get married and screaming about the patriarchy so that you can leave your husbands or so that you can not get married. Right. There's a reason for this. All of this, none of this stuff is, as Jen said earlier, accidental. This is intentional. This is social engineering, and they have been trying to dehumanize the minorities in this country since before the foundation of this country. They've been trying to dehumanize others. Notice that I say others in Europe, because they did the same thing to the Eastern European. They're still doing that to gypsies in Europe today. So this is a way of social engineering that we have to look at this stuff holistically. We can't get caught up in what we see in our observational data when our observational data is so limited. Sorry for taking so much time.
No, that was perfect. I want to say you.
I have a rebuttal.
When I say one thing first, and then you get your rebuttal in. Okay, I just want y'all to do one thing. I want Jabari to hold Jen's arms. I want Allie to hold her legs, because I'm going to give her a body shot right now. Body shot to Jen. Please don't mind what Jen is saying, because I'm telling you, if the right, dominant, patriarchal, spirited man comes into her life, she's going to submit. I'm telling you.
Wait a minute. Wait, you always speak for me, and it's.
I'm not speaking for you. I'm just saying it's my opinion. I'm not speaking for you. I didn't say you said. I said I'm saying it. I never said you said it. I never said you said it. I said I'm saying I believe at the end of the day. I believe at the end of the day, Jen, and I say this all the time, she's going to get married before anybody, because she's not looking for it. So when the right man comes into her life, she will cook for him. She will do everything that seems like a submissive woman, but she does that naturally. That's what I'm saying. And I'm going to stand. That's what my opinion is. I think that you don't respect the far left side, like the red pill. You don't respect the patriarchy that's abusive with their power. But Jabari and Ali are talking about the patriarchy that's not abusive. They talk about the inventors, the people that shape society. You're talking about those people that talk like they want a woman like you, but can't even pay their phone bill or whatever. That's what you're talking about. You're not talking about the men that's really of value. That's what I believe. Not speaking for you. That's what I believe.
Okay, can I speak on what I would do, what I would actually do.
Yeah.
Talk about Jen.
Right. Yeah. Right.
First of all, I am 48. I know exactly what I want and what I don't want. I am not jaded about men. I am not bitter. Men are fucking amazing. Couldn't live without them. I know some amazing men presently right now that if I was in a mind frame to get married, I would take them up on a couple of offers that I got. I'm just not there and I'm not interested because it is a commitment. I have to be subservient because that is me by nature. I am not interested in being subservient right now. I don't care if Jason Momoa falls into my lap. I am interested right now is the thing. So it's not even a thing. Yeah, I can get married right now if I were to entertain certain prospects around me. I've been asked to be married more than once, okay? I said yes one time. I said no to the others. So to me, marriage is not this big thing that women grow up with and it's like, "Oh boy, I got to do that one day." It's just not in my mentality. I wanted to rebut on Jabari because I think it's a beautiful thing when people come up here and talk about what happened 11,000 years ago and what happened on the plantation, and we're conflating. The truth of the matter is, factually, we live in the United States of America, right? And everybody falls in line with the laws and the traditions and the rules and the holidays in this country. So what they did 11,000 years ago in Europe has nothing to do with our reality or why we do what we do here, or why women ask how many carats is that ring, girl. She's not asking that because 11,000 years ago people were getting married. So it's not about conflating. It's about what is our reality here? What country do we live in? So we have to deal with here. It's great that the slaves fought to get married, but what are we doing here right now with what we have, right? So we can't say that patriarchy is always a good thing. It was great in my family, but you have to admit that patriarchy in this country where we live, not 11,000 years ago, has been a negative for women to the point where it is illegal to get an abortion. Men are still telling women what to do. That is here today, not 11,000 years ago, not on the plantation. So we have to deal with what's happening today and how people view marriage in this country today. With that said, marriage is a beautiful thing when it works. It is the best thing for children. It is the best thing for partnership. It is the biggest commitment one can make to say, you and me forever through thick and thin. So I am not anti-marriage. I am anti the bullshit attached to it. But it has not made me jaded. If I wanted to get married, I could literally, hey, what's up? So about that date. Hey, what's up? So about that proposal. I don't want that. But yes, if Jen woke up tomorrow and said, oh, I think I want to, clean a man's dirty underwear for the next 40, 50 years, I can arrange that. I do not want that right now at this point. Maybe check me in 10 years. My mind may have changed, but my goals are so different at this point in my life, and serving a man is not one of them. And yes, when I have a man, I serve him. I am Holly Homemaker. I am in the kitchen. I am making sure I look cute. You guys have heard my story before, but I am not interested in incorporating that in my daily right now, because that is a big part of my daily when I'm with a man, and I'm just not interested. I want to eat out of a tuna can sometimes. I want to order pizza 3 times a week. I don't want to worry about that.
Exactly.
I want to shave my fucking legs. Fuck off. Like, I'm not there right now. But when I am, I'll be back to, the little apron and stuff, because I enjoy that stuff. I enjoy serving my man. I enjoy watching him eat what I cooked. I enjoy all of that. I enjoy the candles. I enjoy all of that. I just don't want that right now. Maybe it's age. Maybe it's, my goals. I'm just not interested in that right now. So if you want to be my man right now, just know you're not going to get Holly Homemaker. So if you're okay with getting 50%, because that's what you're going to get right now.
What I heard Jabari said in the beginning, he said, marriage nowadays is about the individuals, what you can do for me, right? And I think what I heard what Ali was saying through her chasing her man, and he admitted to it on a Q&A session, but she said he came at the time when he encouraged me to be the best me. And I think that marriage now, and I learned a few weeks ago, I was looking at marriage all wrong. I was looking at how women can serve me, and that's why I heard just now, Jen, like you don't want to serve a man. You don't, not you don't want to serve a man, but you're not right now. Your mindset is not here to be 100% serving a man. You're focused on you and your endeavors.
Yes.
But marriage, the correct for me, from what I learned from Jabari and this Ali, and last week from Harrison Family Vlog. Before I used to think I wanted a wife. Now my mentality is I'm ready to be a husband. There's two different conversations now. I want to be a husband. I'm here to serve, right? I don't want a woman to serve me. So my viewpoint on marriage became more communal, like became more unselfish. And I think that's why I love this conversation, because we're looking at two different perspectives. Some people do think like Jen, where I don't want to get married because I don't want to serve. I want to focus on me. But then other people like me, I just realized marriage for me is serving the person I'm with, not being served. And so I want to ask Ali, Kim, and Jabari, what is marriage for you?
So before we turn that page, I just wanted to offer something to both Jen and Jabari when they're talking about patriarchy. I absolutely think it exists, but I think if we're looking at some of the things like the A word and things like that, where we have some very restrictive rights on women's bodies, I think we need to really focus in on the capitalistic part of it and like the financial part of it. Because you would think, okay, taking something away, that's not going to be creating some income. But I think with some of the concepts that we're seeing, and they do have like a stamp and an air of patriarchy, it's also something very much that's pushing capitalism, that's pushing some of the financial stuff. So it kind of makes me think it's the patriarchy, yes, but like what is really fueling the patriarchy? Because yeah, there are definitely men who hate women, and men who don't understand women and don't understand how they work. But by and large, some of the things that are restrictive to women, I don't necessarily think they're there because these people hate women. I think it's something else, like financial behind it. Because at the end of the day, a lot of the stuff that we're seeing as far as race is concerned and other things, I don't want to necessarily get into it, but it's socioeconomic, economic being the prime word versus it just being some of the things that we're seeing. So I think that's kind of a dual concept, and we have to look at the finances. Like I always say, when laws are passed, when things are happening, follow the money. Who's getting paid behind that? Whose pockets were greased because this is happening? So I just wanted to introduce that concept out there. I just wanted to kind of contribute.
And then back to the question, what is marriage for you? Ending with Ali. So you, Jabari, then Ali. What is marriage for you? Is it to be served or to serve?
I think it's dual. I think it is more so synergy, because when you look at something and it's synergistic, there might be times when you serve a little bit more. There might be times when you get served. You know, there are life circumstances, and I think it has to be an ebb and flow. So I think that it should be intuitive giving to one another. I think some of the pushback that we get is that, okay, a woman's got to do this one thing consistently all the time. But we know there are things that women experience that can create a roadblock at certain points for her doing certain things. Not that she ever won't do it again, but maybe if you have a newborn baby, maybe making a plate or making dinner or making 3 meals a day might be a little bit of a challenge, right? So that's where the synergy comes in at. Depending on the life circumstances and where you find yourself, I think the serving part of marriage should be you serve each other when you can, and you can do it in your best and highest good. And if something is going on that's happening, then your mate steps up and they serve you, and so on and so forth. So I think it's a little bit more intuitive than people want to make it seem. I mean, the duty to me is to be present the whole time. That's the duty. Now, how you show up, it should depend on what's going on in that particular situation.
Okay. Jabari?
I believe and I'm not the most religious person. It's funny because you wouldn't always know that. I'm not the most religious person. I believe in the tenets of the book. That is Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. I believe in the basic tenets of the book. I believe that two becomes one. And when two becomes one, you take care of that person the way you want to be taken care of. It is the ultimate golden rule when you are married.
Right.
I haven't been married for a similar reason to Jen, except mine's been lasting a lot longer. I've been in this phase longer than most people. And I understand that when you get married, you have a responsibility beyond you, beyond your business. You have a responsibility to your family, not just the one that you create, but the one that you already had, to pass the values down to another generation, to pass down whatever you accumulate to another generation. I believe that the two becomes one. I do need to say one thing, and it's not a long thing, I promise. What the Western world, what the United States is, and what the Black community is, and when I say Black, I mean Black, Latino, we are a subset of the greater community. So our approach to things like the institution of marriage has to be a little different. We have to come with a caveat, because we have to understand that we are in the building phase of our community still. You know, people love to talk about the head start that other communities had on us, and we don't do the things that they did to build what they have. You know, family was a huge aspect of American life for the first 200 years of this country's history. I'm talking about the country's history. I'm not talking about the colonial period. Family was important. The nuclear family was important. This whole I'm gonna do my own thing is about 30 years old. Let's just be honest. So when you talk about marriage, I think when my definition of marriage is the joining of two into one, two families into one family, two people into one. And that means you give more than you receive, because you would want that. You think about what you do for your body. You give it as more than you get from it. And if you don't give more than you get from it, you will get less quickly. If you don't eat, if you don't work out, if you don't read, the results will be obvious. So you got to constantly give to your body, much in the same way if you're in a marriage, you have to give to that other person. So I respect what you say, Jen. Let me throw that out there, because Jen threw a lot out. I respect what you say. If you say, I'm not ready to give what I know it would be to be in a marriage, to say, I don't want that now. I'm not willing to do that now. So I'm not going to do that now. I think that's different than saying that the institution of marriage is somehow different, because some Americans don't get it. And especially when you talk about
don't get it.
Well, let me throw this out there. Black Americans are small, very small part of the African diaspora. And if you talk about Black Afro Latinos, and if you talk about Latinas, you're an even smaller part of the greater diaspora. In the rest of the African and Latino, Hispanic diaspora, they're not getting divorces like Americans are. This is an American and Western thing. You know, my brother, and this ain't my words, it's my brother's word. This is white people shit that we on. I mean, because in the rest of the world, people with melanin in their skin don't get divorced like we do, because they understand that to build, you need family and you need clear delineated roles in family. Just like you would in any business. You don't start a business by not having, you're the CEO, you're the COO, you're the treasurer. You can't make a business work.
It's called governance. That's what it's called. It's called governance.
Right. You have to have that. And if you don't in a business, the business will fail. We spend so much time destroying the roles of a relationship and of a marriage, and we're shocked when the marriage doesn't work. But again, that's all I gotta say about that.
Abby, closing up.
There's so much to cover. Where do I start? Okay. I think a great book for
I think my I'm gonna have to go and come back on if that's okay, King. I'm getting static.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So I think a good book for anybody and everybody that wants to know about dating, sex, and marriage is going to be The Anatomy of Love. It's by Dr. Helena Fisher. She is a biological anthropologist, and so she breaks down why we fall in love, fall out of love, fall back in love, and also why we stray, right? And so these are all really good concepts, because what Jabari is saying is true about the institution of marriage. It has been long lasting. The only reason why the Western women, modern women, can even get divorced is because of the plow. It's industrial agriculture that enables us to have the economic power to leave men. We don't leave men in societies where we can't economically walk away from them. Now it's a gift and a curse. If he's beating you up, that's a blessing, right? That you're able to leave, and we have these institutions. But at the same time, if you're a finicky woman who never learns to be satiated, and then you leave your man, how are you so sure another one's going to come? Because a lot of women are singing that song right now. So I think Jabari is right on a lot of parts about marriage. And then when I think about marriage for me, and I am divorced. I got married when I was 20, didn't understand the responsibilities, didn't understand it was a vocation. I got married out of safety. I knew statistically, all right, I want a good life. Let me meet the first nice guy, and boom, that's the guy. I wasn't even attracted to him, which obviously came to a head when I was 25. How do you marry someone that you're not attracted to? So moving on, when I think about my second chance, that I hopefully get to do this right, and I'm not sure that I'm going to do it right, but I'm going to die trying. I'm going to try to make my relationship with my man work because I think it's worth something. I think marriage is beautiful. I think it's a narrative of your life. I think it is your life's work. It can be your life's work. I think it can be definitely equivalent to PhD research. People don't want to believe it, but I think you can create something spectacular and amazing and long lasting. And I don't mean that romantically, because marriage is not necessarily romance. Wedding is one day. The marriage is the rest of your life. You want somebody there for you who can pick you up when you're down, because we're all broken to some degree. We need a helping hand. Well, I want to have my helping hand right there, right next to me.
Oof.
I don't want to have to go look for him, and I don't have to. That's what I think about marriage. That's why I support it. And also, I just suffered a lot of consequences. Statistically, the risk factors was high. I don't want that for my kids, and I think I can do something about it.
Is there stats behind people coming from two-parent households like myself having successful marriages?
Yes, there are stats.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a ton.
Yeah, okay. I was waiting for some stats. You had to say yes. But
no, I don't know the exact numbers. That's why I want to say I know that it is substantially higher. I don't know the exact numbers. I don't want to say, but I know that it's definitely double digits, more than 20%. Your chances of coming from having a successful marriage if you were grew up in a house with a two-parent home, and it might not. Let me throw that out there. It might not always be your first marriage, but ending up in a successful marriage, is exponentially higher. It's exponentially higher. I can pull the stats for you, but I don't have it right now.
Night and day difference. It's like smoking and not smoking. It's clear cut and dry. It's the best thing for these kids. That's why I have issues with certain progressive movements that are not building brown communities. If we want to help brown communities, we need to get them married. People don't want to agree with it, but the studies are clear. It's cut and dry. So why aren't we trying to do that?
I can't argue with that. The biggest tool for transference of wealth is marriage.
Yep.
In family, that's undisputed. Like, we're not going to play these games and say it's not. So if we want to help and I can relate because I'm in the Black community. We want to help the Black community. We need to encourage more marriages, healthy marriages, right? That's just the bottom line. From families come communities. From communities come nations. We can't get around that.
Yep.
Family is the strongest. It's the smallest but most important unit or cohesive unit in society. So if we don't have that, then the reason why we have broken communities is because we have broken families. It's a direct correlation, right?
Yep.
So I stand on that. So let's go back to, because we're here because just like Dr. Helen Fisher wrote a book and they dissected her, we want to dissect Ali. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to talk about when she says poor modeling, non-traditional, was one of the first things she says is the reason why modern women can't get married and or find a man. Can Ali, can you lead this one and tell us, and then everybody follow up? What the hell is traditional, non-traditional? Like, I'm tired of, like, we don't have any clear definition of traditional, because what's traditional for Jen might not be traditional for Kim.
Exactly.
Are there like set traditional things or modeling or set non-traditional things that modern women need to take heed to or not take heed to?
Traditionalism is a tricky one.
I really enjoyed
traditional
this
because I grew up unconventional. Well, it's not necessarily unconventional. It's common. It's happening all around us. Okay, but like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, if I'm not going to a college campus with other white students, and it's two different worlds, and these kids too, they complain about their parents. They think that they're so oppressed and their marriage is awful. I'm sitting here like, the reason why you're in the school right now, because only 30% of the population goes to college, is because of your parents. But if we're going to talk about poor modeling, men are interested in 50-50 marriage. Like, this is why I encourage women to stay home. It's not because I want to keep them down, because the reality is somewhere out there is some dude who's confused, right? He wants a wife who works, cooks, cleans, and raise kids. Are you out of your mind? And you want her to sleep with you? With what
I say that all the
energy?
time.
Come
With
on,
what
three
energy?
women. Those are three
You
different
know?
women.
I
Yeah. So
do.
that's why I'm like, girl, stay home. You can go back out there once these kids are at public school. But I do see men that have these expectations. I want a professional woman. It's like, all right, well, be prepared to never have sex and then complain when your marriage just hits a wall. That's on you. You wanted that type of woman. It comes with some consequences and burnout. I care for women. I care for their burnout. At the end of the day, though, I don't think men want a 50-50 marriage.
You know what, Allie? I'm gonna keep it real with you. Um, I want to take care of my woman, and I don't want her to work.
Me too.
Right?
Can.
But being in New York, like even me, like just paying, is different out here, right? I don't want her to work, but do you think it's a little bit oppressive if I tell a woman not to work and she wants to work? In order to be with me, you can't work.
That's a value of yours. I mean, it's to a degree, right? If you don't want somebody who's not a smoker, I'm not going to compare these two things, but I mean, if you don't like people that got blue eyes, that's a preference. You prefer the woman coming into your life to not work. Now, I want to say though, in general, I don't really that don't really fly with me. I think women want the option to work, but I think that is a lot different than a woman needing to work. Most of us just want the option. We want to be
Okay.
able to stick the middle finger up to our boss and be like, I don't need this. I'm out of here.
Right.
But
Right.
when that choice is taken from us, it's not so fun.
Okay, so that's better. Then I want to be able to. If she doesn't want to work, she doesn't have to work. And I remember a Jamaican woman told me that.
Perfect.
Yeah. Okay. All right. All right. Anybody else in regards to what is traditional, what is non-traditional? Kim.
Okay, so the question I raised when we talk about traditional, so I did some pretty extensive research on this because I was dying to like figure it out. And my personal conclusion that I've come to, I don't think that a truly traditional woman exists, because the women that we're talking about 40 and 50 years ago, what made them traditional a lot of the time, if we boil it down to like the foundation, is the fact that they just didn't have certain choices. Like you could not
Exactly.
have a bank account. You could not run for office. You could not own land. So it's different to try to say that we can apply that traditional label to a time now where there are many choices. I do think that there are hybrid women. There are women that are just super modern, I guess. And then there are women who are modern that have like a traditional twist, but a truly traditional woman, I don't think exists. I don't think a truly traditional man exists because, again, our choices are different, our circumstances are different. So I think that we would fare very well in the conversation if we were to come up with solutions for how modern men and women can get together and mate and partner if they so choose. But I think this whole kind of leaning in, and again, I'm all about the pathology. So let's talk about what used to happen, right? But to Jen's point, let's also talk about what's happening right now. And I think that, we try to apply the traditional label on situations that are not traditional, and the whole staying home thing. So a couple of weeks ago, we were talking about finances and stuff, and I've got like a ton of sticky notes here along with some books and articles I've read. And this article that I read, I think it's like blackdemographics.com or something. It says that 26% of all men make over $75,000. That's all men. If you dull it down to black men, 13% are making over 75K. So when we're talking about women staying home and women doing certain things, again, I think the compromise is having a woman, work if she wants to, but not be in like an oppressive, abusive situation just because she needs to bring home a paycheck. Like Allie, you said, if she got to flip her boss the middle finger, we want the freedom to be able to do that. But if we talk realistically, what's happening now with economics, what's happening now, especially with inflation and things costing 4, 5, 10 times the amount they used to, is it really feasible in our community where we are right now for us to say that like women should stay home? Is that really a feasible thing when, in my opinion, in the Black community, our focus needs to be on economics? Now, that's not to say, at the sake of the family, because women can do both. I do it. But I'm just wondering, like, is that something that we should be pushing? I think we need to be pushing solutions that more fit the problems that we have now. And then maybe later on, after we build some generational wealth, then we can start telling our daughters and our granddaughters, okay, girl, We've got some generational wealth. You stay home. But now, is that really a feasible thing?
Yeah, that's tricky. That's very tricky. Yeah, Jabbar, you could go, but I want to say that's very tricky. I think our women, our community do it because they have no choice. I don't think any woman wants to work the way they work now.
That's a
by
lie.
choice. I think they do it because they have to.
No.
Every woman
We
in
wanna
my, and I'm
work.
saying every, I'm saying todos.
We want to work.
Every woman wants to be, wants a man
No,
to
we
take
don't
care
want
of
to
them.
stay home.
They want a man to take care of them. Everybody wants to be a princess and a queen at some point in their life. At some point.
But can we have both though? What if we have work and things that we enjoy doing? Like
you can enjoy it, but the difference between doing what you have to do and saying, you know what, I don't want to work for a month. I want to go to Paris. You feel me? Like, it's a difference. And I think most women want a man that can provide a life where they say, if you don't want to go to work, you don't have to. I think that's ideal.
For some.
I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Jabari?
Yeah. Couple of things. First of all, women were allowed to, in the U.S., in Pennsylvania, women were allowed to vote and own land. Blacks were allowed to vote in Pennsylvania as early as the 1830s. And there was no delineation between genders. So black women were even allowed to vote, unless they weren't allowed to vote in national elections. There's the differentiation. You can own land. If you talk about once you go to the Midwest, in a lot of those places where women were allowed to own land as well. They were allowed to own land because so many men died on the homestead. So I think it's a lot of misconceptions. I was pulling up, it's an article.
I love to see that, Ari, because it wasn't a misconception. I got that straight from like a scholarly article, but we should trade it. I love to see that.
Absolutely. And I'm looking at a journal on JSTOR. It was called The Occupation of Women and Black Workers, 1962 to 1974. And black women with a certain income, whose family were at a certain income, didn't work. Just like white women whose family was of a certain income didn't work. I think the biggest delineation of work wasn't necessarily race, but it was economics. If you could afford to stay home, you did. I think that blacks were less likely to be able to afford to stay home. And I think that was the issue. I think another thing that I think we want to join the modern and the traditional, as you say. But I think when I talk about traditional, I mean the roles and the roles, traditional roles. Because if you have traditional roles, you can ultimately have what we consider the traditional marriage. King calls it governance. There has to be a head. I heard a lady say, she said the man is the head of the house, but the woman's the neck. The head doesn't go anywhere without the neck. And in my house, and in most of my family, the men in the family, I know my dad would, when he finished arguing, that was it. That was the final word. And my mom would put pressure on him and behind the scenes, and the next thing you know, he's doing what she wants. So, there are ways, I think that we make somebody being the head, we always make that into somebody being a tyrant. And not all kings are malevolent, just like not all kings are benevolent. We have a benevolent king sitting on the panel. But I think that we have to sometimes be careful of that, just assuming that somebody being the head, makes them a tyrant. I do want to say this, and then I'm going to step back again. It's another thing that's very important. You said we want to build generational wealth, then we can tell our daughters to stop working. I encourage my niece. I don't have any kids. I only have nephews and nieces. I encourage my nieces to date with the intention of marrying somebody who can take care of you, somebody who will make you work when you want to work. Like, don't chase the education majors. Like, no shade to them, Don't chase the education majors. You need to be chasing engineering majors. You need to be chasing the guys that are pre-med. You need to be chasing the guys that can provide you a certain kind of life. Now, if you weren't in college, it'd be different. If you weren't in college, I'll be telling you, you need to be chasing a longshoreman. You need to be chasing a plumber. You need to be chasing a welder. One of these guys who are blue collar, but going to make great money and not going to rack up the student loan debt. We need to, and it goes back once again, what I said earlier, the family contributing to the relationships, helping mold the type of relationships that the men and women in our family get into, the younger men in our family get into, telling the guys, look, you know your personality. You don't want a woman who is not conducive to your personality. I know I want a woman who, if she doesn't want to work, she's not going to work. That's just my position. Like, it's always been my position. Now, there was a time in my life when I wouldn't have gotten married because of that. Now it's not the same, but I wouldn't. Nobody, no, and this is going to sound chauvinistic, probably going to sound bad. No other man's going to tell my wife what she got, what she better do, where she better be, how she better be there. I don't know who the hell he think he talking to. So if my wife wants to tell him, mother, you can kiss my, you ain't gonna talk to me like that. My husband don't talk to me like that. Yeah. Nobody else is gonna tell my wife, is gonna order my wife around when I'm not gonna even do that, if that makes any sense. So I think that we've lost that concept, getting caught up in all of this non-melanated people stuff, because they don't want that either. A lot of them aren't in a position to be that, but we're training generations to think that this 50-50 crap is ideal, and it's not. It's not.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep it honest with you, Jabari. I agree with you, but I think there's something that I said yesterday that we as a Black community don't do. I had one guy one time I was on Clubhouse arguing like I usually do, and I'm arguing. The guy says, "I raised my daughters, so they better not come home with a man that's not a doctor or has enough money to take care of her." And I said, this is the reason why we as a community is messed up. Because other communities, if they came home with a man that didn't make enough money, you as a father should be like, you can come and work for me.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Mm-hmm. You understand? It's a different kind. We have, it's the fathers that need to create that, set that precedence. And so our daughters they could go to any major, because they know their father's going to make sure, like you said, the vetting. Right. You're going to make sure you marry a man that takes care of you. If he can't, he will work for us, right? And we're not doing that. We're not giving our daughters the option. That's why our daughters are looking for men with materialism, because their father didn't have anything.
Right. I agree. I think we do get stuck. I do think we get stuck on, and this is why I mentioned.
For women, I want to say that women sort of, in some sense, we're a little bit unlucky, because genetics are going to determine how attractive you are. There are a lot of women out there that if you were to ask them, would you rather be born smart or pretty, they're going to say pretty. It doesn't always feel good to say that out loud, but that's the real reality for some women. I can't imagine if I was born with an absurd abnormality on my face that would do to me. Right? I know it's funny, but like it does happen, and I would hate for that to be a situation that I'm in. And I'm talking about like a burden of beauty. And then, I'm 26. I can already see in the mirror that I'm getting wrinkles. Now, I don't particularly mind too much. I eat relatively well and I do work out, but it's not like you can stop age from happening. It's going to occur. You're not going to be a fox forever. That's why you got to plan your life accordingly a little bit in advance. Now, if you are thoroughly blessed, because let's be real, Jen out here looking like 30. Yep. I'm sorry, you look 30.
Yep. You're an outlier.
Right. So that's a little bit different. She's going to have options, and I think that's wonderful. And I think another burden for women is going to be a tale as old as time, pregnancy. But we've really overcome that with access to birth control and abortion. I think we have so much birth control. Not sure why we still need the other one outside of emergencies, but I get it. Not everybody has access. Sure. But those are some burdens that I think women have to live with. And I don't necessarily think they're burdens. I think they're reality. Like women and men, they think they have so much more time than they do. Do y'all know fertility is 50% less for us than our grandparents, men and women alike? Women are having twice as many miscarriages. Men have half as much sperm as their grandfathers. Like we're worried about these little things,
Yep.
these gender and these sex wars.
Thank
They're
you.
bigger problems,
Thank
and
you.
the world and people
Thank you.
need men and women to get along
Thank
and
you.
do it well, just for society, for
Mhm.
civilization. What legacy do you want to leave behind? I don't want to hear about sociological theory. I want to hear, what are we going to say when you're gone from this earth? What was your character? That's what I got.
Does anybody have anything to add to that? Because I want to close up right now because I just realized I told you I was negative for all my STDs. I'm kind of embarrassed now, but it's negative.
No, that's good. Be proud.
Boss lady. Boss lady.
Well, I just hopefully you guys enjoyed this. I will be back with some big old juice, some big old updates. But this video is over. If you like the content, don't forget to hit that like button. If you would like to leave a comment, don't forget to leave a comment at the bottom. And if you would like to subscribe to the channel, hit that subscribe like right now. Hit that subscribe. I'm out of here. Peace out.